the ground war. Huddled around small fires to ward off the chill air, they read about the latest military developments, although newspapers and radios carry Iraq's claims of victory, of crushing Allied forces and sending them back across the border. You don't see much happiness on these faces. Still, when asked, people will tell you that Iraq is winning.
We expect victory for the great Iraqi military army and all our souls on our hearts with the Iraqi military army.
But what about Allied reports that thousands of Iraqi soldiers are surrendering or being captured?
This is a part of psychological war against the Iraqi military army, against the Iraqi soldier. I don't think so that the Iraqis giving up such as like this. I feel well because I know very well that this is a big lie. The news from the Allies side is a big lie. Even one of my relatives arrived here and he said that the situation is okay.
Far away from the reality at the front, the people of Baghdad are starting to go back to business as usual. Air raid warnings no longer send them scurrying to shelter as they did just days ago. The air raids have let up on this city since the ground war started, and even though the battle has entered a new and more destructive phase, there's a real sense of relief that at least it's shifted away from these people's daily lives. The streets are bustling, outdoor markets are noisy with the sound of Americans loudly promoting their products. Women are out stocking up on supplies, busting up chickens to be slaughtered and cooked at home. Those who spoke to relish the sense of normalcy that returns for now.
We feel safe, security, and thanks God. Thanks God.
Still, they know that could change as they gather around any available radio to listen to the daily military communiques and sit under flags inscribed with the names of those in the city who have already died. Christiana Mansour, CNN, Baghdad.
Just moments ago, we told you about what appears to have been a Scud missile attack near Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, apparently hitting a military barracks housing U.S. soldiers. Let's bring in CNN correspondent Mike Chinoy now in Saudi Arabia for more information on that. Mike?
Yes, we can confirm that the Scud attack did cause a huge explosion at a residential compound used by American soldiers in eastern Saudi Arabia. I have just spoken a few moments ago with a Saudi eyewitness who reported personally pulling the bodies of 4 American servicemen out of the rubble of the destroyed building. This eyewitness counted between 20 and 25 other Americans who were, in his view, badly injured. There are some reports saying that the death toll could be as many as 12. The Scud came in, a Patriot missile was fired. We do not know whether the Patriot caused any damage to the Scud. In any case, what came down caused a huge explosion and a fire. There are ambulances and firefighting trucks on the scene, and we are waiting for more information. As I say, this happened about an hour ago, and we have reports that up to a dozen Americans may have been killed. I myself just spoke with one eyewitness who reported personally pulling 4 bodies from the rubble. That's what we have at the moment. We'll keep you posted as information comes in.
Mike, is the damage bad enough that we can assume that it's going to take a while before we can get an accurate assessment of just how many casualties there were?
The damage appears to be very, very significant. The building appears to have been extremely badly damaged, and obviously it will take some time before any final assessment can be made of just how many people were inside and how many people were killed and injured. But clearly, this is a very grave incident, and it is entirely possible that the casualty toll will mount as rescue workers go through the debris. and make an accurate account of who was in and what happened to them.
All right, Mike Chenoy reporting from Saudi Arabia, again in Dhahran, a Scud missile hitting a military barracks. Mike confirmed that they have apparently removed 4 bodies of U.S. servicemen. He says it could go, the death toll could go as high as 12. As soon as we learn more, we'll pass it on to Cheryl.
Coming up, we'll talk with a former Soviet diplomat about what the Soviet Union sees ahead in the Middle East.
Michael J. Fox is Nick Lang, Hollywood's most spoiled actor. James Woods is John Moss, New York's angriest cop.
One character, just one guy. Evidently, the guy just wants to blend in, just be another cop on the job.
What's the gun? There's only one way these two will ever get along. The hard way.
I mean, another cop besides me.
It's been a bad day. Rated R. Starts Friday, March 8th at theaters everywhere.
3 hours. What are you doing? Tiny time fills this body. I can so I take contact. It works. 12 hours. 8 hours. Oh, if you're going to time these tiny time fills all day, what are you going to do the work? Not 12 hours.
There's a whole day's work in every contact.
We're on to prove a point. On the right, a pie wrapped in saran wrap. On the left, Reynolds is glad. Knowing the bear won't eat what he can't smell, which one holds an odor and freshness better? Saran wrap. Nothing protects food better.
You can actually make more money during a recession, if you know how. Every week since 1923, the Kiplinger-Washington letter has helped readers take advantage of profitable opportunities in good times and bad. It takes you behind the headlines and shows you ingenious new ways to make and save money in your business and personal affairs. It answers your toughest questions about your career, investments, your taxes. The next 4 issues from Kiplinger are yours free when you call now. And when you call today, you'll also receive free this 48-page guide, Investments for Today and Tomorrow. Discover how you can get in on the last great tax shelter, plus so much more. Call now. Kiplinger will start your 4 free issues and bill you only $48. That's $15 off the regular rate. If you're not completely satisfied, return the bill marked canceled and owe nothing. Call 1-800-776-7200. That's 1-800-776-7200.
The Allied ground offensive is drawing some heated criticism from within the Soviet Union. Pravda, the Communist Party newspaper, says the war amounts to a U.S. bid for sole leadership of the world. The paper also accuses Western nations of waging war to jumpstart their economies. The comments are the latest indication that hardline communists are pressuring President Gorbachev to end his support for the coalition.
And for more on the Kremlin's role now in the Gulf War, we're going to turn to Vladimir Sakharov, the former Soviet diplomat who served in both Iraq and Kuwait. Mr. Sakharov later defected to the United States, and he joins us now from our bureau in Los Angeles. The word all along from the Soviet Union since this ground war started was that we have missed, when I say we, I mean the Allied forces missed a great chance for peace. And yet, one cannot help but assume that the Soviets were looking more than an end to the battle.
Well, the Soviets are now not in a position like they used to be maybe 7 years ago to contain anything that the United States or the coalition can do. All they can do is support it, and that's the problem with the Soviet Union right now. They're sort of between literally Iraq and a hard place.
What about Mr. Gorbachev? What role does he play in all of this now? Is his position greatly weakened?
His peace plan was his sort of last escape route and to somehow improve his image within the Soviet Union. The plan was primarily for domestic consumption, and I just got information from Moscow, for example, that the maternity wards in Moscow have been empty for several months right now. That means the Russian birth rate is nearing 0, while the Soviet Muslim rate is going up and up and up. It's about 60 to 80 million Muslims in the Soviet Union. So I see what is going to happen in the Soviet Union if the coalition and military action continues for a short time. The Soviet Muslims are going to feel strength in a sense that they are uniting with the Muslim cause. if the coalition continues to drag on in its military action, again, Gorbachev is not going to succeed. So he is really in a very precarious position currently.
You say that this effort was made primarily for domestic consumption. What are the people saying about this in the Soviet Union, and for that matter, does it really matter?
In the past, the Soviet Union, the grassroots movement that I'm talking about, they have been very proud of their military.
Excuse me, I hate to interrupt, but we have another development that we're covering. Let's go to Cheryl now.
We want to go to David George, who is a CNN employee who is near the site of the Iraqi Scud missile landing where apparently so many U.S. soldiers were injured and some of them killed. David, what can you tell us?
I have gotten within 100 yards of about a three-story building which is very, very severely damaged. And the reason I could not get any closer than 100 yards is because the path in front of me, a dirt road leading down to this extremely damaged building, is completely blocked with ambulances and police from two nations. Police from Saudi Arabia, the host nation, and military police from the vast United States military contingent here in Saudi Arabia. I can tell you that there were many, many ambulances, at least 20. One reporter who had been on the scene a bit longer said he had counted at least 40. And the ambulances were leaving with people in them. The military police, the American military police, I must tell you, were extremely agitated. Extremely agitated because something back in that damaged area has given them a great cause for alarm. If that means there were Americans in that building, then perhaps that's what it means.
Thank you very much. This is David George reporting from Saudi Arabia on the Iraqi Scud missile that apparently hit a place where U.S. soldiers were being housed, and he reports that as many as 20 to 40 ambulances were seen leaving the site. We will bring you updates as soon as we get more details. Let's go back to Ralph.
And let's also go back to Vladimir Sokolov. We're talking about the Soviet Union's role in the Gulf War. We were talking specifically about the domestic scene in Moscow and what the people are thinking, what the people are doing, if it matters.
It matters quite a lot to Gorbachev currently because in the past the Soviets have taken pride in their military. Now they see their T-72 being destroyed, their military training that they provided to the foreign nationals such as Iraqis means very little. And they feel very degraded by that. So there is a great deal of frustration. It's called deep depression. A lot of Muscovites and Russians are depressed at the present moment. And the way out of it for them is to simply insist on ousting Gorbachev.
The two major superpowers, the Soviet Union and the United States, what is all this meaning to that relationship?
On a personal note, President Bush and Gorbachev will get along if Gorbachev stays in power, which I doubt very strongly. As far as the relationship for the future, the Soviet Union is not in a position to lose any kind of a friendship with the United States because they need United States more than ever currently because Russians themselves are being more and more isolated and they are on the verge of the civil war actually versus North versus South. That's where the danger is coming.
Mr. Sakharov, you say you doubt that Mr. Gorbachev is going to last. What's going to happen and when?
What will happen probably in April and May, the Supreme Soviet is going to hold its conferences, and Yeltsin is going to be, of course, a predominant figure during those hearings, and the Russian Republic is going to emerge as the sole representative of the Soviet Union. At least they will be insisting on that. From that, there will be controversy, and there will be a struggle, there will probably be more unrest. However, the Russian people who are still the majority are going to support Yeltsin by any means possible.
And so you think he'll be the new leader?
I see Yeltsin emerging as a new leader, yes.
What's going to happen in post-war Persian Gulf in the Soviet Union? The Soviet Union obviously having severe troubles right now.
Soviet Union lost a lot of money in Iraq, by the way. They lost billions of contracts in Iraq. They lost also an agreement by which Iraq wanted to provide oil to the Soviet Union. Soviet oil production is going to slump 50% this year, so they're going to be in bad shape.
Is this why the Soviet Union wanted Iraq to come through this war relatively unscathed? Because of the money that it owes them?
Absolutely, that was another reason. Economic reason was very important.
Okay, Vladimir Sakharov, thank you for being with us.
Sure, thank you.
We want to go to Mike Chenoy, who is in Dhahran and has more on that missile attack on the U.S. soldiers' housing complex. Mike, what can you tell us?
We've just received some amateur video of the explosion when the Scud missile came down after the Patriot missile was launched to intercept it. Let's have a look and see what it shows us about the missile attack about an hour ago.
Here we go, Linda. It's coming down.
That was the impact of the Scud missile about a little more than an hour ago here. The information we have is that it hit a residential area being used by U.S. servicemen here in eastern Saudi Arabia. The building was very, very badly damaged. Some eyewitnesses say it was almost totally destroyed. There are conflicting reports about casualties. There are some reports that the number of dead could be as high as 12 Americans. I spoke with one eyewitness who said he had personally pulled 4 dead Americans from the rubble. Dozens of ambulances and fire trucks are on the scene at the moment, going through the rubble. This is clearly the most serious Scud attack here in Saudi Arabia since the start of the war, and it is, I suppose, some kind of retaliation from the Iraqis for the Allied offensive. We're waiting for further details. We expect that in all likelihood the casualty toll will go up, and as we get those details, we'll bring them to you. Mike Chenoy, CNN, reporting live from eastern Saudi Arabia.
Mike, I know the details are just coming in, but you said some Patriots, or at least a Patriot, was launched to intercept the Scud. Do you know if it hit or if it missed?
It's very hard to tell that. I saw the Patriot being launched and I saw an explosion in the sky, but it's very difficult to tell whether the Patriot had any impact on the Scud, and even if it did, whether it was able to detonate the warhead, because even if the Patriot intercepts the Scud, if the warhead is not detonated, then the warhead itself can land and cause some damage. At this point, we simply don't know, and the American military authorities are not right now saying very much about what damage, if any, the Patriot did. But as far as we know, one Patriot was fired, and it was just one Scud missile. You can hear some helicopters in the background. That's the noise.
Do you know, Mike, did siren sound? Did an air raid siren warn before this came in?
Audio here.
Okay, Mike, can you hear me? Mike is having trouble hearing, so let's get back to him later and see if we can get some...
If you can hear me,
Go ahead, Mike. We can hear you.
I think we have lost our audio here, so you probably...
Mike, we are getting reports that there are at least 12 people dead in that accident, in that missile attack on that barracks. And our coverage will continue when we get more details. And first we'll take a local cable company break. Sources say an Iraqi missile attack on Saudi Arabia has killed a number of U.S. soldiers. A policeman told the Reuters news agency the missile slammed into a military camp and killed 12 U.S. soldiers. A witness tells CNN he helped pull 4 bodies out of the rubble. Allied forces are rolling deeper and deeper into Kuwait, and Allied officials say they are encountering little resistance. These Saudi and Kuwaiti troops say they believe they will soon reach Kuwait City. Military officials say Allied forces have destroyed at least 270 Iraqi tanks since the ground offensive began. But they also say Iraqi soldiers are destroying parts of Kuwait and have set fire to more than 500 wellheads. Allied artillery continues to pound Iraqi positions. And jets flying from amphibious landing ships in the Gulf are engaged in combat missions for the first time.
Let's recap for you now just how this battlefield is laid out. Much of Iraq's Republican Guard is dug in southern Iraq, near the Kuwait border. U.S. airborne troops also are inside Iraq, poised to squeeze those elite Iraqi forces. From Saudi Arabia, French troops push north into Iraq, along with U.S. and British forces. Punching into Kuwait, Egyptian troops, Syrian and Saudi soldiers, U.S. Marines and other Arab allies, and some U.S. and French forces reportedly have parachuted into Kuwait City.
Special U.S. military police units are taking charge of the thousands of Iraqi troops captured and surrendering in the ground war. Allied commanders say in all they are holding more than 20,000 Iraqi prisoners, most of them captured in the last 2 days of fighting.
The Marine and Army forces have reported the capture of 20 T-62 tanks, 40 APCs, and over 400 EPWs. In another incident, 50 262 tanks are parked within 4 kilometers of their position, with the Iraqi crews indicating their desire to surrender. An additional 2,100 EPWs have been captured since I gave you those last numbers, and 20 to 30 tanks have been destroyed.
U.S. and Saudi commanders say the large number of Iraqi prisoners will not bog down the Allied offensive.
Find out now what's happening on Wall Street. Beverly Shook is at the New York Stock Exchange. Beverly?
Ralph, here on Wall Street, stock prices are mostly higher right now. The market soared in the early going, up almost 40 points, but profit-taking erased all those gains and sent the Dow in negative territory. However, right now it is coming back a bit. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up almost 3 points to 2892. Volume remains very heavy, 154 million shares traded on the big board so far. Advances ahead of decliners by a 3-2 margin. The broader and secondary markets also higher at this hour, and one stock to watch is Syntex. It is one of the biggest gainers here at the New York Stock Exchange, up 3 1/8 at 75 1/8. The pharmaceutical maker reporting strong second quarter earnings. Oil service companies posting strong gains today. Traders expect them to benefit in the rebuilding of decimated Kuwait oil fields. Halliburton is up 3 points, Schlumberger is up 1 3/4, and Baker Hughes is up a full point. Oil prices reversing direction today, now heading.
Chicago's Symphony Orchestra came to the rescue, lending their instruments to the out-of-town guests. Little Hogan.
Does feature some cold temperatures at least for one more day and night. And still today, there's a chance of heavy lake effect snows in northwest Indiana tonight. There will be some near-record cold by tomorrow morning of about 1 degree, 32 Friday, 40 on Saturday, Sunday, 36 Monday, 32. Basically dry period.
Not bad. We'll have a lot of sunshine. Coming up later today on News 2 Chicago at 4:30, we'll have the latest from the Northwest Indiana roads and homes still struggling from Monday's storms and now getting a new dose of snow. And could President Clinton be preparing to tell his story to the Monica Lewinsky grand jury? A live report from Washington today on our news at 4:30.
And today on Montel, I was swindled by the man I love. Not me personally, but that's the topic today on Montel at 3 o'clock, only on CBS 2 Chicago.
You sure? That's our report at 11. We'll see you again at 4:30.
Here's to the weekend warrior in all us, pushing our bodies beyond the norm. Mercifully, there's an advanced medicine called Advil. When the pain sets in, and it will, Advil works fast, right at the site of muscle pain, stopping it where it starts. Muscle aches to headaches, Advil relieves all kinds of pain. Advil simply lets people do what they love to do.
What's all the excitement about at Sears?
It's Maytag.
Maytag is now available at all Sears stores. Even the Maytag washer that really gets out stains. The Maytag dishwasher that virtually eliminates rewashing. The Maytag range that bakes evenly. The Maytag refrigerator that keeps food fresh. Plus, use your Sears card by March 14th and get 0% finance until January of 1999. So hurry in Sears today.
And I gave it a shot. It was really great. I got in there, put some cash on the table, and the gentleman said, "It's out of here, it's yours."
Yeah, how old is something like this?
Well, we can date that back by looking at the bear design that's on the clock here. That's one of the first bears. He was established in 1953 by the pointy nose and the way he's standing. That's one of the earliest pieces.
Did the bear change at all?
He sure did. As he got older, he got a little fatter, a little rounder. The cell there that you see was used for commercials. His nose got a little rounder, he got a little bit bigger, and a little sillier. As time went on, he would get kind of a fatter, puffier look, and as you see on the frisbee there, that's the bear as he looks today, which I think doesn't really look like a bear, it's more like a kind of a gerbil.
Now, were these breweries open to the public? Could you go in and have a look around?
You sure could. As a matter of fact, Ham's had an area called the Rascal where you could go and taste the beer, and they would wine and dine you with all kinds of food products. These items right here came from the Webbing Pottery Factory in Minnesota, and they were especially made for popcorn to get it nice and salty and increase your thirst so you can taste the beer.
So that was actually there in the, what did you call it?
The rascal is what they called it.
Great pieces. Now, I'm looking down here and I see this huge Theodore ham sign. Where's this from?
This also came off the brewery in Minnesota. My friends Mark and Mary were able to procure this for me, and they called me up and asked me if I wanted to add this to my collection, and I said I sure would.
Great piece. Now, one of the most unique pieces that I see in your collection, this uniform, what is this?
Well, every year in St. Paul they have what's called the Winter Fair, and parades and special celebrations to celebrate the oncoming of winter. And this is one of the uniforms that the Hams Company would have their employees march in, or the band would march in the parade.
How old is something like this?
Well, this one you can also tell by just the word ham, not hams, as in Hams beer, dates around 1940s.
Great piece. You have so many wonderful pieces in your collection. I just love it. I feel like it's almost like a playground.
It is.
Thank you so much for sharing it with us.
It's been a pleasure.
Back to you guys in New York.
That thing in the background, man. That thing will put an eye out. You gotta be careful with it.
Those are my favorite pieces, the ones that are moving around. They're terrific.
Saucer, yeah,
oh, we got some more wonderful items to appraise, so stay with us.
There's some of Hollywood's biggest stars, showcased in some of their earliest roles. Raw Talent Week is on FX. Next week on 21 Jump Street in Miami Vice, check out some of Hollywood's favorites before they play the heroes.
Bye. You're a cop?
Before they have their act together.
Is that a fact?
Before they had lines. Raw Talent Week, next week starting at 6, only on FX. Raw Talent Week is brought to you by Turning Leaf Vineyards, changing ideas about wine. Turning Leaf Chardonnay. This is Turning Leaf on the label. And changing ideas about wine in the bottle.
Do you need cash? Thousands of families have turned to J.G. Wentworth for money for medical expenses, business opportunities, debt consolidation, and new homes. If you're receiving periodic payments from a structured settlement or personal injury award and need cash, call now. Once again, if you're receiving structured settlement payments over a long period of time and need cash, call now. Call 1-800-789-0957.
Want to help prevent the spread of germs? Get Dawn Antibacterial. It eliminates over 99% of germs on hands, and it cuts tough grease better than any antibacterial. Dawn Antibacterial, the best on tough grease.
Stop! You may never buy a window cleaner again.
Why not?
Because now there's an all-purpose cleaner that does windows too. New 409 Glass and Surface. Great on greasy messes, streak-free on glass.
I like that.
New 409 Glass and Surface.
How do you get rid of ugly stains on ceiling tiles? You simply spray them away. Incredible? It's true. With Instagon. Just spray it on and the stain is gone. No scrubbing, no rubbing. This textured ceiling is almost impossible, but Instagon gets rid of the problem in no time. Amazing! Don't scrub bathroom tiles. Even that grungy caulking comes sparkling clean with Instagon. What about stucco? Instagon gets into all those crevices and dissolves the grime away. It removes years of soot from fireplace walls and cleans PVC lawn furniture without any scrubbing. Ugly mildew? Gone in seconds. Instagon works safely, works instantly on all these surfaces, and it's yours for only $19.95. But call now and get 2 for $19.95. Order now. To order Instagon, have your credit card ready and call toll-free 1-800-200-8100. Or send check or money order for $19.95 plus $4.95 shipping and handling to the address on your screen. Or call 1-800-200-8100.
You're looking at the beautiful San Francisco skyline and the world-famous Golden Gate Bridge. The Golden Gate Bridge opened to traffic in 1937, and at that time it was the world's longest and tallest suspension bridge. Welcome back to Personal FX. Feel like going shopping right now? Well, we've got a bunch of items up for sale, and let's tell you about them, starting with the Varga calendar. Esquire 1944, great condition, very desirable. Wonderful pinup art worth $150 to $200. We have a copper vase. It's tin-lined copper. It was made in Syria as a tourist item, made for export, worth $35. Here are the wild turkey decanters. There were two made in the 1970s. The first is in the shape of a turkey. The other is for the 75th anniversary of Mack trucks, and more desirable, worth $50. And then we have the World Series tin. It's a fantasy item. It was made to resemble a 1923 World Series Yankees press tin, and $10 to $12. There is a whole basket of Bismarck tall on the bottom, made after 1950, desirable at $65. We saw a reconnaissance camera. You don't see those every day. From the 1960s, it's an Air Force piece. Of course, it takes pictures from the air. $600 plus. And then we have the silver bracelet. It's Italian silver. It's marked A30. The glass stones look like they resemble garnets. The high-end costume jewelry. And this piece is worth $75 to $100. There is a tobacco jar. It's a decorative figural jar. It was made on a bottle machine. It's a contemporary piece, and it's worth about $20 to $25. If you'd like any of these pieces, give us a call, 212-802-0082, or save yourself some time and money and email us at www.fxcable.com. And Lillian is joining us now. Hi, Lillian. Nice to have you with us. Bob's already very interested in what you've brought, but tell us what you know about it.
Yes, well, what I know is that it is a prayer rug. It's a Kazakh, I've been told. My husband has had about 25 years. It was left to him by an elderly neighbor that lived across the street from him as a boy.
Bob, let's talk about prayer rugs and how they were used.
Well, this here, if you see, it has a point, that this points in a direction. So this is the top of the rug, and this would have pointed towards Mecca when they kneeled on the rug in prayer. So that's why it's called a prayer rug. It was actually carried, and they prayed on this rug.
And this is from where?
It is a Kazakh, which is from northern Persia, and that's when this was made between World War I and World War II. It's now, of course, Iran. Now,
interesting colors.
That's right. Now, see the difference, how dark this red is and light this? This is called arbrush, and individual lots of wool were dyed. It wasn't always dyed the exact same color. That's a very good feature in this. And this is a nomadic rug. Nomadic rugs were smaller rugs, not carpets. And if we can look at this wool, which is the warp, the long part, it's twisted of two colors of wool. And that's characteristic of a Kazakh.
Now, I'm also looking at something that's going to take away from the value. There's a hole there, I see.
This hole, luckily, is in a location where it really doesn't hurt the integrity of the rug.
Really?
And this can be fixed for about $75.
Take it to somebody who does
And an excellent reweaver, it'll be very difficult to tell that. A good reweaver.
Will it cost that much to reweave?
No, $75, $100. The icon in here, of course, is the latchkey decoration, which is beautifully done. The arbrush, the blue here. I really like this rug.
How much do you like it?
With the damage, and there's a little damage here, and a little damage here, I like it at $425.
And remember, he's conservative, so... What do you think? Were you thinking about putting it up for sale?
I would entertain offers.
Okay, we'll do that for you. Thank you so much for being with us today. And let's go back down to San Francisco and see what Matt would like to have appraised.
I have an item here from the Civil War period. It is a bucket that was used to actually carry the cannonballs up from below deck on the naval ships. It's been in our family a couple of years. As you can see, it has a handle here, and there are some inscriptions on the top here. We're not exactly sure what that is. We're a little curious. Obviously, it was used for 10-pound cannonballs. I'm not interested in putting this up for sale at this time.
Right. But I would imagine you don't get to see something like this every day.
No, but I know exactly what it is. And he's close but no cigar with this inscription. The IX is for 9 inches. And this was used in a 9-inch gun. And this is the case box in which they brought gunpowder to the cannon. And it was carried by what we call a powder monkey, which was a young boy between 13, 15, 16 years old. And they would store the gunpowder at least 100 or 150 feet away from the cannon
so that the cannon and the sparks wouldn't ignite the gunpowder. The 10 pounds is how much gunpowder would have been in this, and the shoulder shaft for carrying. The best condition that I have ever seen one of these in.
Really?
I have no problem saying it's worth $1,000 to $1,200.
That much?
Definitely Civil War for using on shore batteries.
Huh, that's something you're going to see all the time, and John, I can understand anybody holding on to it. It's so unusual.
Boy, I would. You don't get to see that. That's just so great. Sophina has joined us to have something crazy. Hi, Sophina, how are you? Good, good. No hat, but a good-looking turtleneck, I'll tell you that. What did you bring to have praised?
Plate.
A plate? Where'd you get it?
From my grandmother.
Okay. What do you think of this, Jerry?
This is quite lovely. It's almost as pretty as Sophia herself. It's a transfer pattern, floral, beautiful lady in the center, and we can tell by these little holes on the side. It's a cake plate, cake server. There's a mark in the back, but it's so faint, I'm pretty sure the camera's not going to be able to pick it up. But it's 3 Crowns, Germany, which lets us know that this was made sometime around World War I, around that period. It's an absolutely mint condition, and quite pretty.
Very nice.
You can either put it on the wall as a decoration, or you can actually use it to serve cake.
Did this come with a set, or do we know who this person is on here?
We don't know who this person is. She's just a beautiful lady of her time and her period.
All right.
Looks like the young lady on the Titanic, doesn't
That's
she?
Kate Winslet. I was going to say that. That's right. Now, would this have come with a set, or what do you think?
This would come with, on the side, you can buy this as part of the set, or you could buy it individually.
Okay.
And it would sell today for about $50 to $60.
It looks like it's in perfect condition.
It's in perfect condition.
All right, $50 to $60. Sophina, I know your favorite class in school is math. So do you want to take bids, or do you want to keep it? Take bids. We'll do that for you. You did a great job. Thank you very much. Well done. Well done. Future in television, I feel it. All right, San Francisco, California, that is the site of our next appraisal. Sean brought something. Let's take a look.
Hi, I have this ticker tape machine that I recently purchased at a garage sale. I would just like to know its value. The only thing that I know about it is that it's made by Gamewell, and these machines were used in Florida cities. There would be one inside every firehouse, and when a citizen would pull a local pull box within the city, the fire station would know exactly where these people were. I'm not interested in selling it at this time, but I would just like to know its value.
Okay.
This is part of a unit that really would consist of 3 things. It would consist of the call box that's on your on the corner, which would be numbered, low numbers, like 3 numbers, sometimes 5 numbers. And this machine that was located in the firehouse, along with the gong. When someone pulled the lever on the call box at the corner, this machine acted like a telegraph, and it would punch out the number of the call box. And you would go to the map and locate the number and decide where you should send the fire engines. And of course the gong would let you know that something was coming in. It's about 1960s. It's made out of aluminum. The only thing, yes, this is a very recent model. The only thing really old about it is the key. The key line is quite old.
So what do you think in terms of value?
In terms of value, about $100, $150. Because it's like a single part of the 3-part unit.
Okay. We'll remind you folks that Sean is not taking bids on that item. All right, stay with us when Personal FX returns. We are talking about cufflinks. They're not just fastening accessories. They've become very collectible. We'll find out why when Personal FX returns.
Searching for the power of Fox shows? You'll find it on FX, Fox Gone Cable.
Mr. Keebler, my friend is a chocoholic, and she needs something chocolatey.
A fudge shop cookie?
Oh, cookies aren't enough for me. I mean her.
Not some factory cookies, but Keebler fudge shop cookies are.
Fudge shop?
Fudge shop, Keebler fudge shop. Try a grasshopper. Chocolate mint cookies drenched in luscious fudge.
Oh, fudge!
Oh.
Thanks, Keebler. I needed that.
You mean she did?
Yeah.
Got a chocolatey cookie craving? Go to Keebler Fudge Shop.
I
I like having fresh-smelling laundry every day. So how do I keep things fresh every day and not spend my life doing laundry? Simple. I switch to Bounce. No other sheet keeps our things fresher day after day.
That's the unbeatable freshness of Bounce, which is time-released slowly to help your laundry stay fresh for up to 5 days.
Bounce helps us look and feel our best every day because it helps keep our things fresh and static-free.
For freshness that stays up to 5 days, turn to Bounce.
Where are we? What's out there? What will happen? On a night like this, the mind can't help but ask. Well, now there's someone to answer.
Mr. Haley, I see you're 2 miles south of Reading. You want to take the next right for a service station.
OnStar, always there to help.
I know I shouldn't, but I love them.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, too irresistible for adults.
My friends think I'm doing this commercial to help others. Get real. I'm in it for the few samples.
Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great!
What goes up must come down. And your child can be there to catch him. New Toss and Tickle the Elbow. Give him a tickle, he toss, shakes, and he's up for more than ever.
Toss, Elmo! More!
And when he comes back down, tickle him again.
Oh, wow! Bounce, Elmo! Bouncy, 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 bouncy.
Yeah, he knows what's up when it comes to fun. New Toss and Tickle the Elbow from the Tycho Sesame Street family.
Temporary relief isn't enough when the problem's here, and here. Now long-term help is here. Glucosamine chondroitin from Sundown helps your body repair and rebuild cartilage. Repair, rebuild, renew.
We want you to be our guest. Join us in the FX department and have an item appraised. All you have to do is give us a call at 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. Welcome back to Personal FX. They date back to 17th century France, but it wasn't until the early part of the 20th century that collectible cufflinks really became collectible as well as highly sought after as a popular fashion accessory. And with us right now is Joe Preston, who's a member of the National Cufflink Society. You are collecting yourself.
Yes, I am.
And I understand that cufflink collecting has become quite popular. Just how popular?
Quite popular. Within the last 10 years, it's become a very, very popular collection. It's widespread throughout the world. There's about 8,000 members in the National Cufflink Society.
And a lot more people are collecting who are members of the association.
By the dozens, week after week, we're getting more people.
Let's talk about all the different categories.
Sure.
Starting with, what category is that?
Okay, this would be in the sports category, and these are flip back. With toggle back.
Let me show the audience. This just flips back, which is how it gets its name.
Right.
Like that?
Mm-hmm.
Flip back, pretty easy.
It slips right through the hole. And once you get it through both holes, you just flip it closed, and it stays on the cuff very easily.
Talk about the materials, the detail work on it.
Yeah, the materials are made of white metal with gold plate most of the time, and they can also be rhodium plate or silver plated.
And what about price range?
Price range, you can find most of the American toggle backs from about $5 to $10 to $25 per pair at flea markets or antique shops.
Tell me about the ones right there on the shirt.
These are wonderful. These are little baseballs and baseball gloves, and these are also of the sports category.
So these are cross collectibles for people who are into sports. You can get that.
Yeah,
now, moving right over to here, what kind of cufflink is this?
These are from the Art Deco period. They're 14-karat gold with inlaid enamel.
And they're referred to as what kind of cufflink?
Double-sided.
Okay, because there are 2 sides.
Exactly, and they're connected with a chain in the back. And what's good about it is that you can view them from both sides of the cuff.
Let's show what you're wearing, because what you're wearing looks quite expensive, Joe.
Yes, they are.
Tell us about it.
They're diamonds on platinum with onyx, and they range in the price of $1,500.
$1,500?
Yes.
Now, they're not all quite that pricey, are they?
They can get more expensive or less expensive, depending on what type of material or precious metal or precious stone they're made of.
And the material in front?
In the front, we're looking at sterling, on enamel on sterling. They're also from the Art Deco period. They're double color, and they're called engine-turned enamel. It was the type of machine they used to produce the type of design in detail on the cufflink.
They're very lovely, but they come in all kinds of prices.
Oh, yes, they do.
A little too expensive like the ones that you're wearing.
Yes.
Now, these are another category.
These are the most fun. Snappers.
Can you show us how you snap it?
Absolutely. These are a little different than most snappers. They have a little button at the top, and they make it easier to come apart. All you would have to do is go like that. But this is called the case-hardened tip, and it goes right into the hole once it's snapped on the cuff and does not come apart.
Now, when were these popular? We have another example right over here.
Yes. These are double color enamel, and most of the snappers were produced from the turn of the 19th century, turn of the 20th century actually, into the 20s and 30s. And they slept for a while, and now they're becoming more popular with collectors. So.
And what should you look for in these particular ones?
You should look for it if you like gold, sterling, or different colors of enamel.
Are these gold right in front?
Actually, no. They're a gold fill pair. And the way they come apart is quite different from the button ones. It's very simple. You just pull them apart like that.
And what price range do people expect to pay?
On the average, about $40 a pair and up, depending on the materials that are made of.
Now, there are some that are kind of fun and whimsical. What do you call these?
These are a pair of roulette wheels, and they're called doors.
So they really turn.
Yes,
They're like little roulette wheels.
Right, exactly. You can play games with them and everything. And they range in the price range about $75 a pair.
Let me show this one. This is a pocket knife?
Yes, pocket knife, switchblade.
You can touch though, but it isn't sharp.
No. We'll keep it off for these proceedings.
And we have one for people if you're feeling lucky. Some dice?
The dice come right out of the cufflinks, and you can roll and have fun with them.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
Yes.
Now, you know a lot about collecting cufflinks. Give us some tips.
Okay. The best thing to do, I think, is to join the National Cufflink Society. You can get in touch with it through the show, and it offers traders, sellers, collectors to communicate with one another, and we offer a periodical 4 times a year.
But you can find all these at flea markets and garage sales.
Flea markets, garage sales, antique shops, and they're all available, readily available.
And you have to learn whether you're looking at newer or older. That's going to affect the value as well.
Well, after a period of time, you train your eye. What type of metal things are made out of. And things are usually marked on the back, they're sterling or gold or anything like that.
Thank you so much for being part of your collection today.
Thanks.
And now, John, what's next?
Well, it is time now for the world-famous Mailbag Minute, starring our own Rich Zelachowski.
Ray Brzezinski of Bay City, Michigan, you have a 1920s ladies' luster pearl purse that's in mint condition. Its value is in the bag at $150. Brenda Weigert of Waterville, Kansas, you have a violin uke that may be Hawaiian. It has erupted in value at $500. Tyler Baker of Carpinteria, California, your sterling Scandinavian nut dish will drive collectors nuts for $100. Becky Cartman of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, you have a jointed wooden Pinocchio from the 1950s. I cannot tell a lie, it's worth $75. Cricket Irwin of Vero Beach, Florida, you have an African tribal shield that's in fine condition. Its value is guarded at $325. Norman Bueller of Topeka, Kansas, you have a thermos picnic set from the 1930s. I'll anticipate its value at $175. Paul Fredrickson of Altoona, Iowa, you have a coin-op ride-on pony from the 1940s. Saddle up, it's worth $300. And that's a Mailbag Minute.
7 appraisals and twice as many puns. All right, stay with us. When Personal FX returns, we've got those all-important big bids. Don't go anywhere.
Raw Talent Week is on FX. Next week on 21 Jump Street in Miami Vice, check out some of Hollywood's hottest stars before they hit the big time. Raw Talent Week, only on FX.
Look, it's real simple. Our mom likes your dad, and he likes her. So I was thinking, romantic candlelit dinner. Chicken Parisienne, the food of love. Think that's oysters? Hurry! Isn't this romantic? Just the 8 of us.
Just a minute. If this is supposed to make me propose tonight, forget about it. I already have.
Campbell's, good for the body, good for the soul.
Right now, you can borrow up to $150,000 with a no-equity second mortgage and pay absolutely no closing costs. You could buy rental property, jump on a hot stock, join a country club, whatever you want. Just call 1-800-71-FIXED. With your good credit, Ditech can help you to leverage the full value of your home and loan you up to $150,000 on a no-equity second mortgage with absolutely no closing costs. It all adds up to smart money from Ditech Funding. Call now, 1-800-71-FIXED.
My brother is stubborn.
I'm not.
Won't try anything.
Not true.
Broccoli.
Too green.
Karaoke.
Too hokey.
Then I said try 10-3-2-1.
Too new.
Saves cash on every call in the U.S.
Every call?
Quick or long.
How much?
50% off calls over 20 minutes.
Half price?
Great international rates, too.
I can call Paris?
Oui, monsieur.
Right now?
Don't have to switch phone companies.
Right here?
Just dial 10-3-2-1, then the number as usual.
This is easy. Why didn't I try this sooner? Don't push your luck.
Stubborn.
I used to hate having my picture taken.
Hey, come on, let's have
It's kind of tough when your mom thinks she's some sort of hotshot photographer.
Come on, honey, come on.
When I couldn't hide from her camera, I'd find other ways to make myself disappear.
Right here.
My acne problem took me out of the picture for a long time. I tried everything. Creams didn't help, neither did pads or cleansers. I spoke to my mom and we called this toll-free number. We got a lot of helpful information on acne and some ways to treat it, including seeing a doctor. It seems that today, almost every type of acne can be cleared up. Our doctor recommended a prescription medicine I hadn't tried before. And the results?
Hey guys, smile.
Well, they speak for themselves.
Don't let acne take you out of the picture. Call 1-800-586-4484 to receive your free information kit on acne and its treatment. So call today, 1-800-586-4484.
I like the one with the fireworks. I like that one there. Welcome back to Personal Effects. Let's get started with these big bids. Bob wanted to let you know for the Varga calendar, Joan from Roanoke, Virginia has called in with an offer of $325.
Ooh, sounds like it's sold.
All right. All right, and Marcia with the copper vase. Don from Port Crane, New York used his computer to bid $40.
Sold.
Oh. Mary with the wild turkey decanters. Carl from Bristol, Tennessee has called in with an offer of $105.
Sold.
Craig with the World Series pin. Don from Port Crane, New York used his computer to bid $20.
I'll think about it.
All right.
Madeline, for your whole basket, we have an offer from Chet from Clarkston, Washington for $90.90. Sold.
All right.
Samantha, for your silver bracelet, Lynn from Germantown, Maryland would like it for $130.
I'll think about it.
Uh-huh.
Please do. Pearline for the tobacco jar, Glenn from Fairchance, Pennsylvania, is offering you $45.50. Sold. Lillian, for your prayer rug, we have an offer from Fatana from Millbrae, California for $500.
I think I'll hang on to it for a while.
Uh-huh. All right. Claire, ask me what tomorrow's super collection is going to be.
John, what is tomorrow's super collection going to be?
Glad you asked. Out in Oakland, California, we're going to see a super collection of 300,000 pieces of the Phantom memorabilia. That looks like fun.
Love the Phantom. Look forward to that. Also want to say thank you to our appraisers, Jerry Harrelson, Bob Connolly. Always a pleasure to have you joining us. And it was wonderful having all of you in the apartment. To all of you at home, make the most of your day. And we look forward to seeing you back here tomorrow.
So long, everybody.
Yeah.
If you would like to get in touch with Personal FX, you can phone us at 1-800-FX-FX-FX1. Fax us at 212-802-4201. Bid online. Email us at www.fxcable.com. Or you can write us at Personal FX, The Collectible Show, P.O. Box 825, Madison Square Station, New York, New York, 10159-0825. on the Super Collectors, we're going to talk about something that everybody's got. No, not windows. Glass. Different types of glassware coming up on today's Super Collectors. Hello, everybody. Welcome to today's Super Collectors. You know what's so great about different types of glassware? Well, it can be very valuable, it can be very pretty, it can teach you a lot about history, and gosh darn it, it looks good holding grapes, don't you think? Now, when you talk about glassware, you really have to talk about the Ohio Valley, because the Ohio Valley has produced a lot of different glassware in the past 100 years. Somebody that knows all about this is David Rankin. Now, he lives in Brookville, Ohio. Isle Haynes got to visit with David, and we learned all about Cambridge glass. Cambridge, of course, being Cambridge, Ohio. Let's take a second look.
Now, David, when did you get started collecting Cambridge glassware?
In 1972, my brother introduced us to it, and we bought a book, started studying. When we got home, we found that we already had a piece.
Really?
That was a gift from Sue's aunt. And this is a meat platter with the rose point etching on it.
Wow, and the etching's on the bottom.
Yes.
Now, would this be a good example of early Cambridge ware?
Now, early on, they did heavy press ware, like this piece behind me here.
Okay. Now, when you say heavy press, oh my goodness, this is about 5 to 7 pounds.
Very heavy.
Made of lead, obviously.
Lead crystal, yes.
Okay. Now, how would a person know early to late? I mean, were there any markings on here?
About 50% of it would carry markings, and we have some examples here.
Okay. Let's see. Now, on this one, it says near cut. Is that the very earliest?
That's the earliest trademark that they used.
Now, how about this one? It says C with a triangle.
In the early 1920s, they introduced the C in the triangle and discontinued the near cut trademark.
Well, how about this one here with the paper sticker on it?
Well, they continued to use the C in the triangle through the 20s and into the 30s, and then they went to the all-paper sticker.
What is the difference between the early years of Cambridge glass and, like, say, the 20s?
Well, they got the pieces got lighter.
Like this.
They introduced more color and variety.
In fact, this is one of your favorites, and it's from the 20s, right?
Yes, in the late 20s. This is a bluebell turkey.
Why is it your favorite?
Well, for those that know me, they know that blue is my favorite color, and animals are very collectible, so this is a double shot.
The 30s obviously is a depression. What did Cambridge glassware do then?
Well, at that point, they had to be very, very innovative to do anything and everything they could to stay in business.
Right.
And one of their innovations was the statuesque line. Collectors today call them nude stems.
That's what I would call it.
And these have the frosted stem.
But this must have been very risque for the 30s.
Very much so. We've heard a story of a lady who put a little dress on one at one time.
Really?
To cover it up.
Now, is one color more collectible over the other?
Some of them are. There's quite a variety of availability, and it varies. The blue one, for example, is one of the rarer colors and probably is worth $175 to $200 today.
Really? We can see the different varieties of the statuesque collection there. Now, what happens in the 40s, which is further over?
Well, due to the war, some of the chemicals used to make some of the colors became very scarce, and they had to discontinue a lot of the colors and go back to the crystal.
What is this, David?
That's a nude stem ivy ball with a carmine top.
And when you say ivy ball, what was it used for?
Flowers, as far as we know.
Flowers, wow. Well, John, take a look at this, because it's not quite as what we would see for Cambridge glassware. What's the name of this piece?
That's a Dresden Lady lamp.
Dresden Lady lamp with, it's milk glass.
Milk glass that was introduced in 1953.
Why did they go to this style?
That's a little hard to say. It was just another innovation as they tried to stay in business.
Right. And look, it's a lamp.
I can watch that 1,000 times, and I always have the same reaction. Careful, easy, easy. I don't know. Stick with us. When the Super Collectors returns, we're going to learn all about the very valuable and very rare ruberonic glass, and John Davis is going to teach us all about consolidated and phoenix glass. Stay with us.
Hey, John, our Super Collector today says that collecting is in her DNA.
And I tend to believe it. When you look around the house, she has a number of collections, and one of her biggest collections is of consolidated and Phoenix glass. Now, this is consolidated, and this is Phoenix. How do you tell the difference between the two? We're going to find out when we come back.
It's star power all spring long on FX Major Movie Sunday. Kiefer Sutherland, Jason Patric, The Lost Boys, Arnold Schwarzenegger. Trust me. Terminator 2, Judgment Day. An all-star cast in an alien encounter, Cocoon. Then, Schwarzenegger is back. Stick around. Predator. Jack Nicholson is after Ellen Barkin. Are you crazy? Man Trouble. Then, John Travolta is riding high in Urban Cowboy. It's a superstar spring on FX Major Movie Sunday.
Mom? You've always known how your touch can comfort your child. Now scientists have given it a name, touch therapy. Some experts believe it can reduce your child's distress. Try it combined with Vicks VapoRub. The warmth of your touch releases medicated vapors. These quickly relieve congestion and calm coughing from a cold. VapoRub also eases everyday aching muscles. Touch therapy. Vicks VapoRub. Relief with the touch of your hand.
Do you need cash? Thousands of families have turned to J.G. Wentworth for money for medical expenses, business opportunities, debt consolidation, and new homes. If you're receiving periodic payments from a structured settlement or personal injury award and need cash, call now. Once again, if you're receiving structured settlement payments over a long period of time but need cash, call now. Call 1-800-789-0957.
I can put that spoon down anytime I want.
Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, too irresistible for adults.
You just don't get as much milk with a fork, that's all.
Frosted Flakes have the taste adults have grown to love. They're great.
My dogs are champions. They love to eat. And when they eat, they love to eat.
Kibbles and bits, kibbles and bits. We're gonna get us some kibbles and bits. We're gonna get us some kibbles and bits.
Kibbles and Bits beats pedigree with a taste preferred 4-to-1. It's gotta be Bits.
Welcome back to the Super Collectors. This is kind of like the greatest hits of Personal FX, the collectible show, which I want to invite you to watch, and this is when we do it. We do it live, noon, every day. We see some great super collections and terrific appraisals. And speaking of appraisals, there's one item that we've never seen appraised on Personal FX, the collectible show, to this day. A piece of rhombic glass. This stuff is very high-end, very expensive. However, we have found a super collector. As a matter of fact, he lives out in San Francisco, California, and there he is right there, Eric Menard. John Davis got to spend the day with him, and we got to learn all about this incredibly beautiful and valuable glass. Let's take another look.
Tell us about rhombic. And in its day, this was very avant-garde.
That was
right?
totally avant-garde. It was very streamlined. That was introduced at the Palace Hotel here in San Francisco. You see the colors, it's case glass, there's a color on one side and there's an opal on the other side. It's very valuable, and the problem with those pieces,
I'm not even going to put that down.
There's a lot of angles, and you see while washing them, you just pop one corner and it's gone. The plate is like, it's finished.
And so that's why there's not a lot of
There's
this left.
not a lot of that. It's very rare.
And very expensive.
It's very expensive also.
Okay. Let's look at this. Now, it's also rare to find a complete set of anything, right?
It is. It is. You've got the ladies' vanity set here. You've got the perfume bottle, the toilet bottle, and the powder box. That was quite rare to find altogether, actually. I wish I could find it in one color.
What's the going market
price? I would say for a bottle like this, in very good condition, I would say about $3,000.
Wow.
For that bottle.
For that bottle.
For the perfume bottle, mint.
Wow. Okay, let's look at this. This is, again, a couple of other very unusual pieces.
Yes. Again, I would love to have it in one color, but no, that's what I found. So you got the tray here, that's very, very rare. That's the most rare piece of the whole set. It's the rhombic tray where the decanter sits on. So it actually sits on like this, and you have the decanter, and you've got the glasses.
And they used to, when they would sell this, they would come in, rent a suite in a hotel.
That's what they did.
And set it up and invite the high, the high society.
In 1928, they rented the suite at the Palace Hotel in San Francisco, and they did the whole suite in Ruba Arambic, and invited the high crop of the society people to produce Ruba Arambic. Avant-garde,
and very expensive. This is a fishbowl. And there's only one other that you know about?
No, there's seven known to exist. This is one of them. There was one that was sold a while ago with a big chunk out of it. You find them in any condition you can find them, especially with the stand. They were sold with or without the stand.
And this is the stand that went with it?
This is the original stand.
So what would this be worth?
I would say from $6,000 in very bad conditions to $15,000 in mint condition.
To 15, and this is, as you can see, it's in very good condition. Amazing, beautiful stuff. And you just saw one of the world's largest collections of Ruba rhombic glass. There it was right there, and we were happy to bring it to you. Incidentally, Ruba rhombic glass is made by the Consolidated Glass Company, and guess what? There is a Consolidated Glass super collector, and we have found her. She lives out in Austin, Texas. Her name is Susan Frost. Now, she collects Phoenix glass and Consolidated glass. It's not easy to tell the difference, but John Davis got a history lesson, and let's review. How do you know the difference between Consolidated and Phoenix glass? The short answer is?
You study it.
Because there are no markings on the bottom.
There were paper labels on this, but they'd fall off.
Mm-hmm.
So the only way you can tell on these two particular things is which mold it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you learn from catalogs and brochures that this is a Phoenix cigarette box.
Yes, cigarette
and this
box,
one
yeah.
was a Consolidated mold.
Mm-hmm. Now, there is a tie between the two companies. They're both from the Pittsburgh area.
Yes, they were about 30 miles apart, and they shared a common designer.
Right, and it was Reuben Haley.
Reuben Haley.
Who designed the famous Ruba rhombic glass.
Correct. This is probably the most exciting piece of Consolidated production that was done.
Because we had some Ruba rhombic on the show before, and Consolidated was the company that, and then Haley died, and his son took his molds
over to Phoenix, because Consolidated had shut down during the Depression.
This is one of your favorites,
Now this
right?
one is very unusual. It begins by being a rare mold. It's the Dancing Nymphs. It's opalescent glass, it's ruby flashed, and then it has brass mountings. This is called ormolu. So it's rather gilding the lily.
What's the value of something like this?
Well, there are only 3 pieces that are known to exist, so it's hard to put a value on it because nobody would want to sell it if they have one.
Right. This is Phoenix, correct?
These are all Phoenix.
Okay. And tell us about this. And this was this Reuben Haley's?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was called the Diving Girl. Now, this was a Consolidated mold that was taken to Phoenix and done in the Reuben blue.
Now, are these pieces, obviously they're rare, I mean, where do you come by them? Do you...
I go around everywhere and hunt for it. I go to estate sales, I go to glass shows, I advertise. I'll go anywhere to find the glass.
Do most people know what they have when they have these pieces?
Now they do because it's gotten so much publicity.
Look at these. This is chintz glass, correct?
Right. Now, Ruba rhombic is very scarce and very desirable, but really for a challenge for a collector, this is so scarce. In 10 years, I've only found these 3 pieces. And I like it because it's mulberry, it's very 20s, and the Oriental design.
Wow. This lamp belonged to someone fairly famous, right?
Right. This lamp is an early Phoenix lamp, and it was on the desk of William Heacock.
Form will return home to the thanks and respect of a grateful nation.
And when our coverage of the war continues, we'll have a report from CNN's Christian Alman in Baghdad.
It's not a favorite of the Air Force. It's playing a role in the Gulf. The A-10, the ugly duckling. A special assignment report. The continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf. Tonight, 6 Eastern on CNN.
For many people, food is an obsession. Like the alcohol, those suffering from eating disorders abuse food.
If your family has pleaded with you to do something about your eating problem, call Woodridge for help now. Woodridge is located in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Georgia. Treatment is Medicare and OHIP and is covered by most insurance. Transportation is provided. Call Woodridge now. 1-800-826-7950.
When you're all stuffed up, use an ordinary nasal spray into your tissue where it can help you breathe. But not Sinex Ultrafine Mist. Medicine stays where you need it. So you can breathe the way you want to. We don't trip down. We clear up.
Sunday afternoon, around 5 o'clock. Poor guy blows an engine. Best price I can give him is more than he expected. So he calls his credit card company, Citibank. They increase his credit. Just like that. Citibank always seems to come through. Of all the credit cards I take, and I take them all. There's only one I take with me.
Not just MasterCard. Citibank MasterCard.
For many people, food is an obsession. Like the alcohol, those suffering from eating disorders abuse food.
Call Woodridge for help now. 1-800-235-7759. Tonight on TBS. Peter the Great. 8:05 Eastern on TBS tonight.
What's happening in Baghdad while the Allied forces move into occupied Kuwait? Let's find out. Go to CNN correspondent Christian in Baghdad. Remind you that reports are being monitored by Iraqi authorities. Christian?
Ralph, there have been two military communiques out of Baghdad today, broadcast on Baghdad radio, mid-morning and the latest about 3 hours ago. There has been no announcement, nothing reported on Baghdad radio about the latest Scud attack on Saudi Arabia. Has apparently caused casualties amongst U.S. servicemen. As you might expect, military communiques continue to report great Iraqi successes. They say that the Iraqi forces have repelled Allied incursions, have destroyed Allied tanks, weaponry and artillery, and have killed and inflicted heavy losses on the Allied forces. They say Iraqi forces, as you might expect, heroic Iraqi forces have recaptured territory and land that the Allies took early on in the early hours of the battle. In addition, they say that the Laika island that was taken off the coast of Kuwait, according to the Allies, has apparently the Iraqi military communicates that the Iraqis are still in control of that. The communique ends by saying that the Allies have heavy losses because they have refused all opportunities for peace. On the meantime, in the streets of Baghdad, people were gathered around radios today, listening for whatever news they could get of the war effort. People are hearing one thing on Baghdad radio, one thing about the successes of the Iraqi military on Baghdad radio, and quite a different picture being portrayed on international broadcasts that they are getting. They are also now that the theater of operations has shifted south, people here are getting back to life as normal. I've just been handed a piece of paper, Ministry of Information press release that says a military spokesman, let me read it to you, a military spokesman late tonight said that Iraq has launched a missile attack on the military base in Daran. So now we're hearing, for the first time we're hearing in the last few minutes, official word that the Iraqis did in fact launch a Scud missile at Daran in Saudi Arabia. The spokesman said that the attack was to punish those who gave up honor and conscience and turned the Arab youth into trenches of flesh. The statement concludes by saying that the missile launchers have returned to base after carrying out their attack. So there you have from the Iraqis missile attack on Saudi Arabia. That's the latest from here, Ralph.
Of course, we should point out here that this is a claim that was made. There's no way that could be independently confirmed as of yet. Christian, has there been any word yet? Has there been any sign of Saddam Hussein today?
No, there has not. He has not made any speeches. The last we heard from him was a speech apparently made yesterday, broadcast on Baghdad radio. There's been no word from him since. There has been a picture of him on the front page of today's newspaper, but that's all.
All right, Christian Amanpour in Baghdad. And again, those reports are monitored by Iraqi authorities. Catherine?
Well, Christian Amanpour just reported Iraq may be reporting successes out of Baghdad, but a much different picture is being painted by the Pentagon. For an update on the Allied ground war, let's go to our military affairs correspondent, Wolf Blitzer. Wolf?
Catherine, the number of Iraqi soldiers captured by U.S. and Allied forces continues to grow dramatically. Earlier today in Saudi Arabia, in a briefing, officials said that 20,000 Iraqi soldiers had been taken prisoners. But sources here at the Pentagon say since then the number has grown to around 25,000 and is increasing all the time. And at that briefing in Saudi Arabia, U.S. officers said the Allies were also doing very well on the battlefield.
Marine and Army forces have reported the capture of 20 T-62 tanks, 48 APCs, and over 400 EPWs. In another incident, 262 tanks are parked within 4 kilometers of their position, with the Iraqi crews indicating their desire to surrender. An additional 2,100 EPWs have been captured since I gave you those last numbers, and 20 to 30 tanks have been destroyed.
Pentagon officials say a unit of the Republican Guard finally came out of its heavily dug-in position in southern Iraq and was engaged by U.S. and Allied ground forces. Some 35 top-of-the-line Soviet-made T-72 tanks seen here were destroyed with the help of U.S. Air Force A-10 aircraft. Since the start of the ground war, U.S. and Allied casualties have been very light. As we reported earlier, 4 U.S. military personnel have now been reported killed. 5 Allied troops have been reported killed. 2 U.S. pilots are now listed as missing after their aircraft went down. And officials say that 2 additional Iraqi planes did manage to get off the ground today and to fly to neighboring Iran. This is the first time U.S. officials say Iraqi planes have managed to get off the ground in 2 weeks. Finally, officials at the Pentagon continue to caution against premature optimism. They warn that the bulk of the Republican Guard has not yet been engaged, and they add that the U.S. while continuing to brace for chemical weapons, has not yet seen any of those Iraqi chemical weapons. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
On those last two notes, first in regard to the Republican Guard, now that they have come out and there's been limited engagement, what about assessment of their abilities?
Well, the Pentagon is, of course, prepared for the worst-case scenario, meaning a major tank battle, and that's why these large numbers of columns are moving into southern Iraq as well as into Kuwait, bracing for a battle. But there's no real hard evidence yet that battle is approaching. The theory, the strategy that is emerging here is that the Allies will try to sweep around the Republican Guard and then try to engage the Republican Guard, hoping that perhaps the Guard may surrender, but no one is taking that for granted by any means, and one of the largest tank battles in history could yet develop.
And secondly, you mentioned chemical weapons. So as Iraqi troops have been encountered or retreated, there's been no signs of any chemical weapons among these troops?
There have been some reports of chemical mines, but Pentagon officials continue to insist that there have been no actual reports of any chemical weapons. And they're prepared for it. Troops would have moved into those areas are equipped with chemical suits and gas masks. So far, there's been no report of any chemical weapon.
Thank you, Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. And our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues right after this.
long distance. And all it takes to get started is one simple phone call. Just call 1-800-874-300. For the AT&T Reach Out America plan. Reach Out America gives you an additional 25% discount starting at 5 p.m. So you'll get the biggest discount during the best time to call. But that's just the beginning. The AT&T Reach Out America plan also gives you a 10% discount. Great. Plus an hour of weekends and night calls. So you can call all across America for one low price.
My assistant just brought me a budget.
To order the AT&T Reach Out America plan, call 1-800-874-300. You'll get a 25% discount off our already low prices from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. An hour of weekend and night calls, plus our daytime discount. It all adds up to savings 24 hours a day.
Hi, Grandma. Yes, I'm fine. So is Harry.
And it costs just $8.70 a month. Order the AT&T Reach Out America plan now and see how easy it is to save on AT&T long distance 24 hours a day. To order, call 1-800-874-300. Need another reason?
And Tom,
The plan also includes an international discount at no extra charge.
I'll be there tomorrow.
You can even get an option that lets you save on calls away from home. And it's so easy to order. Just call 1-800-874-300. And save on quality AT&T long distance day and night. AT&T, the right choice.
Bring you up to date now, the latest of the Persian Gulf at this hour. Rocky Scud missile tore into the area of Dhahran, Saudi Arabia, and apparently scored a direct hit on a military barracks. These are the first pictures from the scene of the attack of that Scud missile. As we said, happened near Dhahran. It was a U.S. military barracks. Many injuries. There are conflicting reports as to the number of military men who have been killed. We've had one count of as low as 4. Other counts say at least 12 may have been killed. According to CNN correspondent Mike Chenoy, he saw a Patriot missile take off during the air raid when they clearly saw the Scud missile come in. What is not known now is whether the Patriot actually scored a hit to the Scud missile and perhaps some debris, perhaps the warhead of the missile fell on the barracks. We are continuing to follow this story. When we learn more, we will bring it to you. Catherine?
The U.S. Army's 101st Army Airborne has made a dramatic airlift operation deep inside Iraq. Its goal to surround and defeat Iraq's Republican Guard. ITN reporter Jeremy Thompson has this late report.
It is the largest helicopter assault of its type ever mounted. By tonight, if all goes well, they'll have set up a forward base deep inside Iraq. A fortified fuel station for the helicopters with field hospital and supplies. From this bridgehead, codenamed Cobra, 4,000 airborne will launch attacks into the Euphrates River Valley, south of Baghdad itself. The airborne assault with massive land attacks is aimed at isolating Saddam's key units of the Republican Guard, now entrenched outside the southern Iraqi city of Basra. Over 100 helicopters are now poised to cut off the Republican Guard from either retreat or advance. But as Allied armor moved forward in support, the latest intelligence suggested the Republican Guard by no means finished. Coalition pilots had seen some 80 Iraqi tanks moving south across the battlefield toward the advanced line of Desert Storm. The relentless artillery and air bombardment has clearly flushed Saddam's much-vaunted army from its bunkers. If the Republican Guard has emerged from hiding for one defiant stand, battle ahead would still be bloody brutal. But along much of the front line, the Allied battle force is well ahead of schedule. The advance now accelerating. On the eastern flank, the Kuwaiti army got its own soil for the first time in nearly 7 months. Today is Kuwait Independence Day. The exiled force is determined that it should go down in history. Although the Kuwaitis are now almost within sight of their capital city, liberation will still be some days away. Far to the west, an American armored column led a high-speed attack, thrusting up to 100 miles into Iraq. The eventual aim to hold the Baghdad-Basra road, outflanking the Republican Guard. In the desert between them, other units preparing to beat the Iraqi tanks head-on. So far, the Allies have met only moderate resistance. Across the battlefield, they found scores of holes abandoned by Iraqi troops, fled without taking their weapons. Over 20,000 of Saddam's soldiers have now been captured or surrendered. The sheer number has taken the Allies by surprise. The prisoners, some wounded, are now being treated and fed before being moved back to holding camps. They've told interrogators they no longer believe in their mission. Many of them weary after bombardment, have apparently lost the will to fight. At the front, wounded Allied soldiers are rushed from the battlefield. Until now, there have been fewer casualties than expected. The Americans report 5 killed, 21 injured. But the medevac helicopters expect more work. If it comes to a showdown between the Allied forces and the Republican Guard. Jeremy Thompson, ITN in Saudi Arabia.
And just ahead, U.S.-Soviet superpower relations take a bruising over the Gulf War.
The lives of firefighters developed a remarkable system for their clothing called Nomex. But perhaps more remarkable is how it protects those who never even wear it. At DuPont, we make the things that make a difference.
Only one gum passes when you've got dental, and that's Freedent. Freedent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath. Freedent's in a class by itself.
Non-stick Freedent moistens your mouth and freshens your breath.
As the war rages some fear of fallout in U.S.-Soviet relations. CNN's Eileen O'Connor explores the issues which could make superpower relations a major casualty of the conflict.
The state-owned Soviet took off its gloves on Monday, not mincing any words, telling Soviets, quote, the war is being waged primarily for the ambitions of the United States towards sole leadership of the world. Soviet foreign policy analyst Victor Kremenyuk.
The conservatives are trying to use in any way the situation for their purposes. Some of the maybe party here want to use this opportunity to push the wedge further into U.S.-Soviet relationship.
Conservatives paint the Allies as hasty in rejecting President Gorbačov's peace plan. That rejection also leaves the Soviets with no role to play, yet major interest in the region.
One of the gravest concerns of the Soviets is the danger of escalation of the war in the area. Since it's really too close to the Soviet border. It's too close politically and even after the domestic issues, since we have a lot of Islamic population, as you know. And of course we are interested that the war should be stopped as soon as possible.
Despite their own problems, Soviets are taking an active interest in the war. For the moment, most say they support the United States. Soviet cooperation throughout the crisis had helped Soviet relations. But with more conservative voices being heard in the Kremlin, Soviet officials concede if the war drags on, that cooperation may come grudgingly, which could make the U.S.-Soviet relationship this war's biggest casualty. Eileen O'Connor, CNN, Moscow.
In other news, the Warsaw Pact, as the world has come to know it, has become a casualty of the Cold War. In Hungary today, officials of the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe formally signed the 35-year military alliance out of existence as of April 1st. The officials plan to meet again by July to discuss dismantling the Warsaw Pact's political structures. In Thailand, police have arrested about 14 students at a university in the capital. Students were protesting Saturday's military takeover. Thailand's premier and other government were detained in a bloodless coup. The junta has promised to name a provisional government within days. Hold democratic elections within 6 months.
And coming up, Wall Street has been trying to rally today. We'll get an update on how the market's been doing right after this.
When it comes to communications, we're the ones to talk to. From complete telecommunications to the convenience of personal cellular phone used on the cellular one network, by electronics in your stores. And there's more. Fax machines, electronics, radio, sound systems. Try Electronics doesn't stop there. As we've always done, not only our own, many others locations in Hammond, Michigan City. Call 800-727-6793. We're the ones to talk to.
More and more buying pre-driven automobiles from Christians and Chevrolet because there's a huge selection of late model quality cars with low, affordable prices. Choose from one of many excellent automobiles in our expanded outdoor lot, or shop in comfort in our spectacular and spacious indoor showroom. There are many makes and models to choose from, priced to meet the most demanding budget. So consider a pre-driven automobile from Christians and Chevrolet, 45th and Indianapolis Boulevard, Highland.
This is CNN.
Now an update on the latest Gulf developments. At least 12 U.S. soldiers are feared dead in an Iraqi missile attack in eastern Saudi Arabia. It happened a little over 2.5 hours ago, at about 8:40 p.m. local Saudi time. The Iraqi missile apparently slipped through the Patriot missile defense and struck a military housing compound, causing a huge fire and explosion. The compound was destroyed. One witness told CNN's Mike Chenoy he helped pull 4 bodies from the rubble, many others injured. Meantime, on the battlefield, Allied forces are accelerating their surge into Kuwait and southern Iraq. Pictures from the first 2 days of the ground war trails of burned out and abandoned Iraqi military vehicles and equipment. Allied officials say the number of Iraqi prisoners taken has grown to more than 20,000 as Allied troops converge on Kuwait City and approach Iraqi Republican Guard positions. British naval forces reported intercepting an Iraqi missile fired on an Allied ship in the Persian Gulf. The silkworm was knocked down by anti-missile missiles fired from a British ship protecting the battleship USS Missouri. A second Iraqi missile fell harmlessly into the sea. Meantime, more than 18,000 Marines are massed off the Kuwaiti coast. They continue to keep Iraqis guessing about when and where they will launch an amphibious assault.
Allied military commanders say Iraqi soldiers in Kuwait are killing and torturing Kuwaiti citizens. Reports continue to reach CNN from several other usually reliable sources saying that Iraqi troops are committing atrocities inside occupied Kuwait. It's impossible to confirm these details. Kuwaiti resistance says Iraqi troops have been ordered to fire and damage 180 specific buildings, including hospitals, medical clinics, schools, and postal facilities. The source also told CNN that Iraqis are now targeting grocery stores, stations, community social centers. There's no independent confirmation of these reports, but the Saudi Arabian military commander says justice will be served.
We warn all who have taken part in the many crimes against civilians in Kuwait, whether by rape, murdered, or tortured, that they will be held responsible before an international court of justice and will be treated as criminals of war.
He made that comment in Saudi Arabia.
Now it's 33 and a half after the hour. Let's see how the financial markets are faring with Beverly Shook at the New York Stock Exchange. Beverly.
Catherine, here on Wall Street, the Iraqi missile hurtled through the darkness towards eastern Saudi Arabia. The U.S. Central Command says debris from the Scud fell to earth, and a barracks housing U.S. military personnel took a direct hit. This is what the situation looked like moments afterwards. The building burst into flames and was completely wrecked. There were many casualties. Saudi military authorities say at least 12 Americans died and 50 were injured. I spoke with the Saudi who said he had helped to pull the bodies of 4 Americans from the rubble. The U.S. Central Command says only an undetermined number of American personnel were killed and injured. Medical helicopters were ferried the victims to nearby hospitals along with ambulances. Rescue workers are still at the scene. It was the first time that Americans had been victim of a Scud attack. Previously, the missile killed one Saudi civilian and 3 civilians in Israel. But their lethal potential has been severely reduced by the remarkably successful record of the Patriots in intercepting the Scud. But even the Patriots are not perfect, and even an interception can cause deadly debris to fall to Earth. That appears to be what happened here. Joining me now is a freelance journalist named Greg Siegel, who was at the scene or near the scene when the debris from the Scud landed. Can you tell us what you saw? Exactly.
Yes, we heard the sirens, and I looked over my right shoulder, and I saw explosion. It appears to have blown up, as you said, right above the compound, about 100 feet up, and it was just a gigantic explosion. We could feel it. It shook the ground, and then it came down where there was a second explosion. At that point, shortly afterwards, I got out of the car and we towards it, and there were flames coming up, and it was very difficult to gain access to where the site was. I knew that there was a compound back there, but I wasn't where it hit.
Did you see any casualties?
I did see some charred bodies. Wasn't sure if they were alive or dead, but it looked pretty bad. It was very gruesome.
Can you describe the rescue operation?
It was very chaotic. It took 20 minutes before anybody got there. There was a military guard putting his rifle telling them to get away, and Saudi frantically trying to keep the curious onlookers from getting too close. There were several hundred minutes. It took 20 minutes before the fire was even attempted to be put out. And before that happened, there was a bus that came out that had apparently soldiers on it and a truck as well. But it was just very chaotic, and it didn't seem to be in control. 20 minutes before the Black Hawk medevac arrived.
Did you talk to anyone who was even closer than you were when the explosion took place?
Well, I didn't talk to anybody who was closer than I was. I was about halfway, but I talked to somebody who said they were about a mile on the other side. And we both corroborated. We saw the same thing. It was no doubt it was a direct hit.
What was left of the building?
Nothing. There was just basically the skeleton of the building. It was an inferno. And you could just barely see the frame of the building, and I just hope people weren't inside that building, because if there were, very unfortunate, more casualties than reported thus far.
Okay, you didn't have any precise count yourself of number of dead or wounded. You couldn't judge from where you were.
No, I couldn't. They were keeping us about 100 yards away, and so we couldn't see too closely. As I saw a busload and a truck come through, and they appeared to be wounded and possibly dead soldiers. And it was not a good scene, really. At first, everybody was sort of, as you know, the mood here has been not taken very seriously. And at first, everybody was sort of entertained the building ablaze. At that point, when we realized that there were casualties, it was not a pleasant sight, because I saw a charred leg hanging off one of the trucks. That's all I saw. Whether he was alive or dead.
How soon after the explosion did you actually get to the site?
It took me less than 5 minutes.
Greg Siegel, freelance journalist, who was about a half a mile from the scene when the debris the U.S. Central Command from the Scud missile came down on that American military residential barracks, leaving many people dead and injured. Mike Chinoy, CNN, reporting live from Saudi Arabia.
Mike, I want to be clear about what the Central Command is telling you about debris that fell. Was that debris from an exploding Scud missile or a Patriot intercept? The Scud.
According to a statement which I have here just by the Central Command, it says missile debris from a Scud missile attack killed or injured an undetermined number of people who were in a housing compound when the incident occurred. It appears the Scud may have broken up in flight, scattering debris over the Dhahran area. So the Central Command is saying that the Patriot missiles were not launched, and that it was simply the Scud breaking up in flight. That has happened before with other Scud launches in recent days. So that's what the Central Command says. Other people who watched at the time thought they did see Patriots launch, but presumably the Central Command has a better read on that than those of us who are simply watching from a distance.
All right, Mike Chinoy, we'll be back to you in Eastern Saudi Arabia. Sure.
We'll have a live report, the latest from the White House coming up.
Ziploc presents Fingerman.
Hi, I'm here to demonstrate a big new idea. That's right. Introducing the new Ripper Zipper from Ziploc. Now the easiest closing bag there is. In fact, I can even close it. Whoa. Blindfolded. I know it's closing because I can feel the zipper grabbing hold. It's locking. Feel it close the first time, every time. And you don't have to believe it. Ziploc bag with the new Ripper Zipper. The easiest closing bag there is.
How to make good old-fashioned iced tea. First, put the kettle on the flame. While you're waiting, bag your pot to watch. Check the kettle. Bring up your brother. Check the kettle.
There's a question. Mr. Coffee makes refreshing iced tea. Less time to
Come back. Check the kettle.
The iced tea by Mr. Coffee. To fashioned iced tea.
Ricola, the all-natural herb cough imported from Switzerland. Ricola has been soaked and relieving coughs naturally for over 60 years.
17% this, 18% that. It seems that every cooking is throwing numbers around. But only one type of oil stands out as being saturated fat. The oil that's found in Puritan, 94% saturated fat-free. Half the saturated corn oil. How many brands of oil can say that? Just one. Puritan. Make it your oil for life.
It's not a favorite of the Air Force. It's playing a role in the Gulf. The A-10, the ugly duckling. A special assignment report. The coverage of the in the Gulf. Tonight 6 Eastern on CNN.
We were told Defense Secretary Dick Cheney was to have briefed President Bush and the White House this afternoon. Let's check in with senior White House correspondent Charles.
Indeed, the President has had a series of briefings today, and the most salient point probably arising from the White House today came from the President's remarks earlier in the day when he cautioned against euphoria, saying that there would be casualties still to be born, that underscored by the Scud incidents in Saudi Arabia now. The President had a national security briefing. He had a briefing at cabinet at which Defense Secretary Cheney and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Powell, briefed the cabinet. The President also placed a phone call to General Norman Schwarzkopf, the U.S. commander on the ground in Saudi Arabia. It was in fact the first phone call that Bush and General Schwarzkopf had since before even the air war began on January 16th. President Bush complimented General Schwarzkopf on the initial thrust of the land campaign, and the general responded that the command structure, the international command structure is functioning quite well. At a ceremony today recognizing History Month, President Bush urged caution, suggesting that there should be no euphoria, even though the news so far is good.
Coalition air and ground forces are advancing on their objectives. Enemy prisoners are surrendering in large numbers. And thus far, thank God, U.S. and coalition casualties are few. The liberation of Kuwait is on course and on schedule. We have the initiative. We intend to keep it. We must guard against euphoria. There are battles yet to come, and casualties to be borne. But make no mistake. We will prevail. Kuwait will soon be free. And America's men and women in uniform will return home to the thanks and respect of a grateful nation.
After the easy early going, there is inevitable speculation about how this war will end. It will not end as far as the U.S. is concerned until every Iraqi troop is out of Kuwait. That remains a primary objective. And every indication is that could entail a major battle between the coalition forces and those of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard. That is the loyalist force that is the keystone of Saddam Hussein's military power. U.S. officials point out some irony in that Saddam Hussein could have saved his guard intact had he pulled them out and accepted the terms of a withdrawal. That is not the case now. The suggestion here is that the coalition forces now have an opportunity, as one senior administration official put it, to take on the guard, to reduce their effectiveness. The official said a good pounding would be just about right. Charles Bierbaum, CNN, live at the White House.
Charles, what do you make of President Bush calling General Schwarzkopf personally, since they don't talk on the telephone? Is this sort of a morale for the general, do you think?
Oh, I think it was mostly just a compliment, as White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater put it, a compliment to the general for the way things have been going. There seems to be a pretty good understanding that has been reached between the president and his generals. He largely has worked through the chain of command, that is through Secretary Cheney and General Powell over the Pentagon, letting them deal with General Schwarzkopf on the ground. As one official over the weekend here put it, the president is not going to second guess his generals.
Thank you. CNN's Charles Bierbaum reporting to us from the White House. Lou?
There's been a plethora of information coming out of the Pentagon today. That's where Blitzer is at his post now to tell us what the latest is.
Lou, sources here at the Pentagon tell CNN that U.S. allied aircraft are now flying out of captured air bases in Iraq. Sources say that a unit of the Republican Guard has finally come out of its dug-in position and is engaging U.S. and allied forces. But so far, the U.S. and the Allies have destroyed some 35 Soviet T-72 tanks. The top-of-the-line models, Air Force A-10s, are also involved in this operation. A separate ground involving tanks occurred in Kuwait, but not with the Republican Guard. More Iraqi tanks and armored vehicles were also destroyed. In Riyadh earlier today, U.S. Major General Richard Neal said a total of 270 Iraqi tanks had been destroyed since the start of the ground war, and more than 1,600 tanks were destroyed during the weeks of the air war. Meanwhile, officials here at the Pentagon report that two Iraqi planes did manage to take off today, but they flew to neighboring Iran. That brings the total to about 150 since over the past 2 weeks. These are the first two Iraqi planes, according to Pentagon officials, to take off. There is still no reports reaching the Pentagon of any chemical weapons being used by the Iraqis. At this hour, Secretary Cheney and General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, are briefing congressional leaders. Those briefings will continue for the balance of the afternoon. Starting tomorrow, we are told the Pentagon is going to resume its daily news briefing here in addition to the news briefing in Riyadh, meaning that this news embargo appears to be going away. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Wolf, we have what appears to be conflicting statements from the front. Lieutenant General Walter Boomer, the commander of the Marines, says this will be ground war that will last days, not weeks. We have the president in Washington say, guard against undue euphoria, said when the air war was launched. Do you find anyone else willing to tell you that this will last a short time rather than a longer period of time?
Lou, publicly officials trying as best as they can to guard against euphoria. President certainly did that. Secretary Cheney and others. Privately, though, most of the views being expressed here, most of the opinions here at the Pentagon are similar to that expressed by General Boomer. The U.S. and the Allies are talking about days, not weeks. There's no independent verification of that. Officials still caution that the Republican Guard has not yet been heard from.
Is it just me, or does this news lid clamped down on Saturday night, the one that Defense Secretary Cheney came out and said will remain on? Wasn't that lifted awfly soon? Aren't we getting an awful lot more information now than we have since the war began?
You're right, Lou. The lid was effectively removed Sunday morning when General Schwarzkopf met with the news media, and of course there have been a series of briefings in Riyadh throughout the day today, and there will be more tomorrow. Privately, officials are also briefing reporters. The news as far as the U.S. and the Allies are concerned is very favorable, and as a result there will be more information being released. If there should be a turnaround, if there is some perceived greater danger to the U.S. and Allied troops now in Kuwait as well as in Iraq, perhaps that news embargo will once again come into effect.
Check. Okay, we'll put you at the Pentagon. We'll take a break. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf will continue in a moment.
That's right. And why did so many people come to America? Jimmy.
To work hard and save their money so they could have lots of good stuff.
But why here? Mary Ruth.
They knew they'd be safe here. That's what our government does.
The safety of the American government and the confidence of having hard-earned money grow. The two principles behind U.S. Treasury money market fund, Fidelity Investments, a money fund that combines high current yield with the added safety of U.S. Treasury investments. Plus, there's no sales charge. What's more, Fidelity guarantees to keep fund expenses low all the way into 1995. Call this number now for a free fact kit. Spartan U.S. Treasury money market fund, ringing in the future with safety and security for your savings. For your free fact kit, call 1-800-351-1515. The minimum investment is $20,000. Call Fidelity today.
Pool reports say U.S. Marine units have reached the outskirts of Kuwait City. The units, along with Saudi and Kuwaiti forces, punched through Iraqi lines in southern Kuwait. CNN's Al Hammond compiled this report on the advance of the U.S. 2nd Marine Division.
Rolling north across the Kuwaiti desert, U.S. 2nd Division Marine. All along the road, abandoned Iraqi bunkers. Military hardware left behind. A foxhole and empty water jug. This frontline Marine regiment less Iraqi resistance than expected the first day of the ground offensive. But Iraqi and Marine artillery batteries exchanged fire throughout the day and into the night. Medevac helicopters arrived to carry out the first day's casualties more than 10 miles inside Kuwait. Brigade of M1 tanks. The top of the line U.S. armored tank moved north into position to protect the Marines after the first day's action. A night Iraqi mortar attack puts the Marines on full stage alert and into their gas mask. The Marines get it all clear. No chemical weapons this time. Thank you. Sunrise, day two, push into Kuwait. Marines clean the sand from their weapons. The last cup of coffee before another day's fight. U.S. OV-10 aerial reconnaissance patrol overhead. Followed closely by an F-18 Hornet fighter. As the Marines head out, their commanders warn the tough fight may not come until they run into Iraq's better troops, closer to Kuwait City. Al Hinman, CNN reporting.
We went to the capital of the world and asked the fans who's the greatest heavyweight ever.
It's Muhammad Ali. Muhammad Ali.
Sports Illustrated presents Muhammad Ali. Proceeds by Foreman, Frazier, and the video is free with your USI.
Find out who the greatest of all time. He jab, body dance. Move like a butterfly. Memories that I'd seen, all the fights, all the interviews. Muhammad Ali, he took them all. Around and all that. People thought that was a fluke. You don't see boxes like that anymore.
And the Muhammad Ali video is free. Video's free.
Campaign. How can it be
It's free when you subscribe to Sports Illustrated. Save over 50% off the cover price.
Oh, I go for it.
You'll get 23 issues, including the preview and the swimsuit issue for 3 monthly installments of only $9.89. Or you can pay by credit card. So call now.
One of the greatest been around since day one. Muhammad Ali gives you everything. Great memories of the greatest champion ever. You, the legend, in the tape was fantastic. People never seen Ali. Love this tape. You can't walk away from this tape without being a Muhammad Ali fan.
Call our toll-free number now and get cost savings on Sports Illustrated and get the Muhammad Ali video free.
Some of the first members of the 101st Airborne Division into Iraq were women helicopter pilots. They used their Chinook helicopters to fly supplies to the troops, a mission allowed by Pentagon rules prohibiting women from combat. One pilot, Major Marie Rossi, spoke to a pool reporter about her thoughts before her mission.
Personally, as an aviator and as a soldier, this is the moment that everybody trains for, that I train for, so now they're ready to meet a challenge. I don't necessarily personally like it. If I had the opportunity that they call the ceasefire tomorrow, that would be great. No, we know we do what we have to do. Just to see it not have to be done.
What are some things going on inside of you now?
Well, calm down. This morning I was kind of tense. You know, we got kind of excited, wanting to get things rolling now that we're here. I guess it is kind of tension. Don't really feel any sense of danger up ahead. Just it's like a big field problem. We're gonna kick it off tomorrow.
You're probably going to be the first military into Iraq this war. So you're one of the first few military women involved in combat. And I assume that this goes to return to the combat mission.
I got one in the aircraft in front of me and one behind me.
How do you feel as a woman now?
I think if you talk to women who are professionally in the military, we see ourselves as soldiers. We don't really put it in perspective as men versus women. And what I'll do is no greater or less than the man who's flying next to me or the men that are flying ahead of me. So I don't see it from your perspective. You know, this is just my job, and this is what I'm expected to do, and this is what I trained to do or want to do. So, you know, as a woman, for me, it's not unusual. I imagine for somebody back home who's not in my position seems odd.
Major Rossi says she and her tent mates were happy to be among the first in their unit into Iraq.
Coming up, we'll recap the latest news from the Gulf.
And we'll see how the major markets are reacting to events in the Middle East when we come back.
What channels play my favorite program? Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide. Hey, what's the big game on? Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide.
Where do I find movie descriptions and ratings before I watch the movie?
Find it in the U.S. Cable Guide, the most comprehensive source for information on cable programming. For only 95 cents each month, the Cable Guide offers you information on program times, channels, and movie descriptions. To order the monthly Cable Guide, call 1-800-322-US-TV. U.S. Cable Guide, the Cable Guide.
The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, the Webb boys, the Webb boys. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, and the Webb promises why. The whole town's talking about the trades, the service, the values. The whole town's talking about the Webb boys, and the Webb promises why. See the Webb and the Tuesday.
This is CNN.
Let's get a business update from Beverly Shook at the New York Stock Exchange. Beverly.
Cheryl, here on Wall Street, the Dow closed with a slight loss today. The Dow Jones Industrial Average had been up 38 points on reports of Allied successes in the Gulf. But profit taking set in, and the Dow finished the day down 1.5 points at 2887.87. Advance ahead of decliners 3-1. The broader and secondary markets also closed, or rather closed higher. Two drug stocks making big gains today. Syntax up 5 3/8 points on a 40% rise in quarterly earnings. Shearing Plow up 2 5/8. The FDA today approved its new hepatitis drug. And oil service companies rising in anticipation of receiving contracts to help rebuild Kuwaiti oil fields. Halliburton up 4 1/4 points. Baker Hughes up 1 3/4. Dresser Industries up $2 a share. Short-term interest rates higher today's Treasury auction, 3- and 6-month T-bills, both yielding 6.01%, the highest rate in nearly a month. The Treasury's 30-year bellwether bond is up 5/30 seconds. The yield stands at 8.04%. The dollar moving higher on hopes the Gulf War will soon end. The greenback up 1 1/3 yen against the Japanese currency, up 1 2/3 Pfennigs against the German mark, and up 2 cents against the British pound. Precious metals closing higher as well. Gold up $2.50 an ounce, silver up 6 cents. Oil prices finished slightly higher after 46-cent slide this morning. The U.S. benchmark crude up 3 cents at $17.94 a barrel. And mid-February auto sales stalling. GM sales fell nearly 14%. Ford sales off nearly 4%. Chrysler not reporting. I'm Beverly Shook reporting live from the New York Stock Exchange.
Last week we reported to you the Soviet effort to work out a peace proposal, a withdrawal settlement, which Iraq agreed to. It had too many concessions to it. The United States balked. There was a conversation between the President of the United States and the President of the Soviet Union that the withdrawal proposal was modified. It was still rebuffed by the United States. Well, there seems to be new diplomatic activity between the Soviets and the Iraqis. CNN's Jeannie Moses at the United Nations was more on this significant developing story. Jeannie.
Lou, there seems to be a lot going on here. We're not sure exactly what it all means, so we want to be very careful with this, but we want to keep you up to date on what we hear is going on here. You should know that not too long ago, the 5 permanent members of the UN Security Council met together, and now all 15 members of the Security Council are meeting behind closed doors. Now, one source tells us that the Soviets are inside that closed-door meeting, basically telling the members that Iraq has agreed to coalition conditions or something along the lines of the U.S. proposals. That's one thing we're hearing. We have no confirmation of this. Now, another thing we're hearing is a report from TASS, the Soviet news agency. The Soviet news agency says that the Soviet Union is presenting an initiative inside behind those closed doors, one that would set the date for Iraqi withdrawal and establish a very short term for completion. But it also says that there's been no response from Baghdad on this. So that's the second report we're getting. And the third report we're getting is from the ambassador from Yemen. On his way into the meeting just a short time ago, he said that ceasefire and withdrawal ideas are being circulated. We said, who's circulating these ideas? First he hinted that the Soviets were, and then he kind of backed up and said, well, you better ask them. So all of these things are going on. When the U.S. ambassador went into that closed-door meeting just a few minutes ago, we asked him if he'd heard anything about a Soviet proposal for withdrawal and ceasefire, and here's what Ambassador Thomas Pickering had to say.
We have our proposal on the table, very clear. The United States said that the Iraqis should signify to the Security Council their willingness to comply with the resolutions and accept our proposal. That's what we said. It's on the table. Secretary Baker said yesterday. But we want to hear from the Iraqis to the Security Council. They're the party that has to comply.
Now, the Kuwaiti ambassador to the UN came into the building just a couple of minutes ago, and he said he was asked about this total withdrawal and ceasefire ideas being circulated, and he said yes, he'd heard them in the wind. He said he wouldn't believe it until it came to be, and that it wasn't clear yet exactly what was going on. The big if, I guess, here seems to be whether Baghdad has really agreed to anything, or whether the Soviets are simply promoting this, trying to get some kind of diplomatic solution here at the UN. I'm Jeannie Most, reporting live from the United Nations.
Jeannie, among these ideas floating around that you reported on, has there been any definition of what withdrawal would mean, how it would be formulated? There are so many suggestions that there's no defined way for the Iraqis to withdraw. No ceasefire, how do they get out?
We have no idea. At this point, all these ideas are very, I mean, they are just coached to reporters in these terms, withdrawal, ceasefire. There's no, for instance, we asked Ambassador Pickering about any mechanism for withdrawal. He just refused to speculate on anything like that. So we just don't know exactly what's being talked about behind closed doors.
All right, Jeannie Most, United Nations, we will continue following this diplomatic story from New York as we proceed through this story of the Gulf War, and we'll have more on it when we come back.
Hello. I'm sorry to bother you, but I'm having a dinner party and I've run out of coffee.
Come in.
Thank you.
Would Taster's Choice be too good for your guests?
Oh, I think they could get used to it.
Could they?
Yes.
Savor the sophisticated taste of Taster's Choice.
Have you met your new neighbor yet? Oh, I've popped in for coffee.
From Gillette, common sense, the only razor that can sense and adjust to the individual needs your face. Sensor blades are mounted responsive springs to continuously sense and individually adjust to your face. The closest, safest, most comfortable Gillette sense together richness of foamy shave cream for that shave a man can get.
I've been working for KU Farms for 49 years. I've worked for some famous horses.
What gives a certain group of people the ability to consistently do the impossible? Take Calumet Fox. No other farm has ever dominated horse racing like Calumet. World Wave Citation, Halidar. It would take a research as big as Kentucky to just to this amazing stable. When excellence becomes tradition, there's no great race, and it doesn't have only horse racing. In the auto industry, Ford companies continue to be a leader in innovation. There's much more to come. Our modular V8 represents a dramatic improvement in both efficiency and performance. And our Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis are refined concepts of luxury ride and handling. America fell in love with Ford in the 80s. Smart will tell you, we're going to be tougher than the 90s. Ford
Let's now get you up to date on the latest developments in the Gulf War, and there are several. Iraq has launched its most destructive Scud missile attack yet against Allied targets. This time a building housing U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia has been hit. Saudi military officials say at least 12 people were killed, more than 50 have been wounded. This is what it looked like as the missile came down. The missile was fired about 4 hours ago. It was an Iraqi missile. The U.S. Central Command said debris from the missile landed on a U.S. military housing facility in the seaside city of Khobar. Witnesses report explosion and fire. The building was destroyed. CNN's Mike Fenoy reported he saw a Patriot missile fired in defense, but a Patriot firing has not been confirmed by the U.S. Central Command. On the battlefront, the Allies are reporting tremendous success as they continue their push into Kuwait. They say coalition forces are rolling over Iraqi troops, including some elements of the elite Republican Guard. Allied officials say Iraqi soldiers are continuing to surrender in huge numbers. The latest official count, more than 20,000 Iraqi prisoners now in Allied hands.
That Marine and Army forces have reported the capture of 20 T-62 tanks, 48 APCs, and over 400 EWs. In another incident, 50 T-62 tanks are parked within 4 kilometers of their position, with the Iraqi crews indicating their desire to surrender. An additional 2,100 EPWs have been captured since I gave you those last numbers, and 20 to 30 tanks have been destroyed.
Now, Allied officials also say the ground campaign is being aided by the biggest helicopter operation in military history. These pictures show helicopters with the Army's 18th Airborne Corps deep inside Iraqi territory.
Joining us now from Washington is Michael Dunn. He is Middle East editor of the Estimate newsletter and adjunct professor of Middle Eastern Defense and Security Studies at Georgetown University. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Dunn.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking for a picture of Saddam Hussein's little world, and by that I mean his inner circle. Can you tell us about the people who are closest to him?
Well, the people closest to him really belong to two categories. There are his close relatives and people from his hometown of Tikrit. And several of the key figures around him are very close relatives. His son-in-law is the head of the military industry, but he also is currently acting Minister of Oil and a number of other positions in the government. Several of his half-brothers, he has three half-brothers, hold important positions. One's a former head of security now in Switzerland, and another is current head of security. So this narrow group of people who are closely related to him is part of this. The others around him are primarily people who are old party loyalists who go back to the early days after the revolution and have been supporters of Saddam for a long time. Taha Yassin Ramadan, who's the deputy prime minister, first deputy prime minister, and is probably the second most powerful man in many ways. Is Ibrahim, who's the number two man on the Revolutionary Command Council, and a sort of formal second in command. His daughter is married to Saddam's son. Once again, these people are interlinked by, if not by coming from the same hometown, as many of them do, then by at least long time together in party structure. Taha Yassin Ramadan from Mosul, he's not from the same part of the country, but he goes back to the very beginnings of the party conspiracies before the 1968 revolution.
If any of these people thought it was time for Saddam Hussein to stop the war, do you think any of them would have the nerve to tell him?
Well, in the past, he has shown a willingness to purge even his own relatives if necessary. And therefore, I think there's a great reluctance to do this. The other thing is these people do think a lot like Saddam does. They wouldn't be where they are if they didn't think a great deal like he did, see the world through the same glasses. I suspect that if Saddam were to get hit by a bomb, one of these people might very well be the heir, but that in fact, if he is overthrown, it will not be by his
circle that will be by someone outside that inner circle.
And who is among that? Who is outside of the circle that would be able to latch on to some sort of public support or military support needed to succeed Saddam Hussein?
It probably would have to be the military because over the years, since 1968, it's been almost 23 years since the Ba'ath took over the last time. And in that 20 years, the Ba'ath essentially co-opted almost every institution of Iraqi society. Trade unions, syndicates, cultural organizations. Everything is controlled by the party, and the party is controlled by this very small group of men we were just talking about. So if it's not going to come from them, the only other institution independent of the party from which I see it coming is the army.
In any event, would you foresee any change in the type of government in Iraq?
Well, I'm not sure that it would be a government that George Bush would be overwhelmed by or attracted to, but I suspect it would be a nationalistic government and a patriotic Iraqi government. But I do suspect that a military coup, if one were to take place, and I have no reason to believe one is imminent, but if one were to take place, I suspect that it would be a case of probably doing it specifically to withdraw from Kuwait and to try to blame Saddam for the losses which this adventure in Kuwait had brought about.
What do you make of the fact that we haven't seen Saddam Hussein on tape or do even any live broadcasts? I think they've all been recorded since that attack on the bunker/shelter.
Well, I think that clearly his voice has been heard. He as recently as yesterday made a radio broadcast, and I'm not an expert on these things, but I assume the people who are experts can identify his voice. So he's been heard. Now, these are taped broadcasts, and this probably means that he is in hiding someplace where he doesn't want it readily known where he is, so he can't be detected by foreign intelligence, and therefore he's taping these things and hiding somewhere and they're being played later. If he was going down to the radio station and taping, he'd be making himself a target. But since his voice has been heard, I don't think there's any reason to speculate that he is not still around one piece and somewhere in control, wherever he may be.
And he is described as extremely paranoid, and I'm sure he is not at all feeling better about the assurances from the United States that they are not specifically targeting him. He's probably well hidden.
Well, as the saying goes, being paranoid doesn't mean you don't have real enemies.
True. How tenuous is Saddam Hussein's control right now, do you think?
I don't think anyone is absolutely certain of the answer to that. I think if the army is destroyed, or if the army surrenders in large portions, if we see the vast body of Iraqi troops in the south either surrounded, cut off, otherwise somehow neutralized, then I think Saddam is going to be in somewhat tenuous position because his real pillars of support are the party, the army, and the security services. He himself has to some extent undermined the party by making it almost a one-man show in recent years. The security services are closely controlled by close relatives of his, but without the army, the security services might very well find themselves in rather tenuous situations, such as what happened in Romania with Ceausescu. So the army is the big question, and if the army is, I think, neutralized in some way or severely crippled, then the loyalty of senior commanders to Saddam will be in question.
We're running out of time, but I have one more question I want to ask you. How important do you think it is that Saddam Hussein be able to control the news that the people get, that the army gets, and create the perception that Iraq is not losing as badly as the Allies might say?
Well, I think it's important to him to control the news that people get, although people certainly are listening to foreign radio broadcasts as well. There are plenty of them coming in from all over the Middle East, so they know something, or at least they're hearing the other side. As for the army, I think the army knows what's happening. I think the Iraqi army is very aware right now of what is happening to it.
Thank you very much, Michael Dunn, for your perspective. He is Professor of Middle Eastern Defense and Security Studies at Georgetown University. We'll take a break and continue our war coverage right after this.
Ziploc presents Fingerman.
Hi. I'm here to demonstrate an amazing achievement. Introducing the new Gripper Zipper from Ziploc. Now the easiest closing bag there is. In fact, I can even close it with my hands tied behind my back. Yes, the zipper is grabbing hold. It's locking. Feel it close the first time, every time. Ziploc bags with the new gripper zipper. The easiest closing bag there is.
Very good, man.
You gonna time me now? Hey, where you going?
Your flex is back.
I started using Flex years ago, but then they changed it. Bad idea. But they got smart and changed it back, and it's better than ever. Good move, Flex. The secret bottle, the fragrance we love, balsam and silk protein, Flex shine and manageability are back in our hair. Our Flex is back, so we're back to Flex.
If you've been itching to get relief from the discomfort of a dry nose, here's good news. Nasal, it's not a decongestant. Nasal's a gentle moisturizing spray that soothes away dryness. Try Nasal. It's what every dry nose has been itching for.
Two arch-rival breakfast cereals.
Total. Kellogg's Just Right.
Oh, high nutrition cereals. So what might make one better than the other?
Just Right has vitamin B1. We have vitamin B1, Just Right has vitamin B2. B2 has iron. We have Just Right has vitamin E. Plenty D. Just Right has vitamin B6. Here. Just Right has almonds. Just Right has sweet dates, plump raisins, plus 4 different tasty grains. Just Right has 2 out of 3 people preferring our taste, which means Just Right is just better.
Kellogg's Just Right. It's the taste that makes it just better.
The Denver Nuggets lead the league with an average 121.3. Hold it. Houston versus Denver. Tuesday at 8 on TNT. Bigger than life.
In Cairo today, Egyptian police used clubs, tear gas to break up crowds of university students protesting the Gulf War. Some 6,000 demonstrators at 2 universities protested Egypt's involvement in the war. They were shouting, quote, "Beloved Iraq, hit Tel Aviv." At Cairo University, students also yelled slogans against President Hosni Mubarak. At least 8 students, we're told, were arrested.
Hundreds of thousands of Jordanian children are reportedly suffering from malnutrition because of the Gulf crisis. A study by UNICEF, United Nations Children's Fund, says malnutrition and ill health threaten more than a quarter million Jordanian children under the age of 12. The report says the war, waves of refugees, and UN sanctions against Jordan's main trading partner, Iraq, have crippled Jordan's economy. CNN's Tony Clark reports it appears the only thing plentiful in Jordan these days is anxiety.
Jordanians are fingering their worry beads with good reason these days, with the Gulf War raging to the east and Israel's army poised to the west. Jordan is caught in the middle.
I'm so I don't know this war.
Local Jordanians who are quite uncertain of the future, they don't know what they are heading to, and they are worried.
Windows have been taped, and safe rooms have been set up in case the war comes here. There's increased security at embassies, and hotels have prepared bomb shelters.
The war atmosphere, it creates a certain atmosphere that affects everyone.
Schools have been told to speed up the pace of lessons in case classes have to be suspended, and civil defense drills are now standard fare. Jordanians have become keenly interested in the latest war news, and at restaurants and coffee houses, the war is the main topic of conversation.
We want that, and we demand this, but I feel pity for the civilians in Iraq. They are bombing Iraq civilians every day.
The war is also topic number one among non-Arab women married to Jordanians. Most of them say they feel safe in Jordan.
People are very friendly here. I think they respect the fact that we're staying. I think it really makes me think how well and good the Arabs are.
Jordanian children still spend afternoons playing soccer, and downtown streets are alive with commerce.
We are trying our best, and we will maintain our position to be neutral.
But neutrality is difficult with trade cut off, unemployment running at up to 30%, and growing internal pressure to back Iraq. Jordanians are pulled in different directions, and that's caused a growing number to seek psychological help.
It's the conflict situation in Jordan that makes people in Jordan edgy, nervy, irritable.
Worry beads, long an integral part of life in Jordan, have taken on a new significance these days.
Jordanians are caught up in something they didn't start and they can't control. For them, the task now is to simply hold on until the fighting ends. Tony Clark, CNN, Amman.
Just as in earlier wars, this Gulf conflict has created a second front in the United States, a home front. CNN's Ann McDermott reports on one group of people who are working to help the troops by taking part in an ancient craft.
High tech, that is war today. But there is still room for the lowly grappling hook rope, a rope that is used in rescues. And these are the people who make the ropes. They are not highly paid engineers. And there are no complex assembly lines here. These are employees of Goodwill Industries, many with handicaps of one kind or another, who take their work very seriously. Francisco Ramirez says he feels honored that he can do something to help the troops. Humble work, perhaps, but these men know it's important.
If you don't make your job good, maybe you made a mistake, it cost one life.
They won't let that happen. They work hard at this meticulous, difficult job of braiding the heavy ropes. It's a skill they learned from a man whose life once depended on a knowledge of strong ropes and wires, a former trapeze artist named Al Campa.
They're in my family. Boys and girls, and everyone is Homer. From elephant worker trainer to a line trainer to a dog trainer to an acrobat.
Campa performed in the family small circus for 40 years till a fall down an elevator shaft damaged his legs. Now the Mexican-born Campa has returned to the craft he learned as a circus worker and now braids his rope for the troops.
What else can you do but to say, I got the help somehow?
He says ever since he's come to live in the U.S., he's wanted to find some way to say thanks.
This country has given me what I have. Good food, good education, nice car that I drive, and even though I work and everything else, but still, any other place, I don't care how well you are or how you act. You cannot come to stand here.
That was a long speech for Campa. He is better, he says, at braiding. And he hopes his work can maybe do someone some good. Ann McDermott, CNN, Los Angeles.
We're going to wrap up this hour of our coverage of the war in the Gulf. In the next hour, we're going to be talking to Representative Bob McEwen. He's a Republican from Ohio. We're told tomorrow he intends to introduce legislation legalizing the assassination of Saddam Hussein. He'll be with us within the next hour. Stay with us.
Pennsylvania House. It's what you wanted all along. The field is alive.
It's tax time. Do we pay you in savings or do we pay the tax man? Your Dodge dealers have until February 28th to clear the debts or pay Indiana inventory taxes. Get a great clearance deal. Plus, total savings up to $1,250 on Dodge Spirit, up to $1,200 on Shadows, up to $1,357 on Caravans, and up to $4,370 on Dodge trucks. Hurry in before the 28th, because we'd rather pay the savings to you than pay the tax man.
Grieger's, your one-stop Chrysler Plymouth shop, US 30 in Valparaiso.
Enjoy the privacy of a single-family home without the aggravation of maintenance. Broadfield cluster homes are a successful and unique concept that has been carefully developed for the discriminating buyer. You'll be impressed by 3-floor plans ranging from 12 to 1,600 square feet, offering the features you come to expect in a new home. Prices start in the mid-80s with many entries included. Contact Artie Brown at Oakcrest, located 2 blocks east of Broadway on 92nd Avenue, Maryville, or call 736-7400 today.
It's Indiana Inventory Reduction Days at your Chrysler Plymouth dealer. We've got to sell these cars or pay tax on them, so come on in. We've got a huge inventory and on-the-spot financing, plus $1,000 cash back on Plymouth Acclaim, and up to $1,500 back on Plymouth Voyager. On Sporty Sundance America, we start at $76.99 and deal down from there. We'd rather have you take advantage of us than the tax man. So head for the Indiana Reduction Days on now at your Chrysler Plymouth dealers.
This is CNN.
An Iraqi Scud missile attack kills and injures U.S. soldiers in Saudi Arabia.
Allied forces leave dozens of burned-out Iraqi vehicles in their path as they punch through enemy lines in Kuwait and Iraq.
The Allies report more Iraqi surrenders and defeats, bringing the number of Iraqi prisoners to about 20,000. This is CNN's continuing coverage of the Persian Gulf War. I'm Lou Waters. We're at CNN Center in Atlanta.
And I'm Cheryl Atkinson. There are indications that a new peace initiative may be in the works at the United Nations at this hour. The UN Security Council is now meeting behind closed doors. We go to CNN's Jeannie Mose with the latest there. Jeannie?
We are getting a lot of versions of exactly what the Soviets are saying behind closed doors, but it's clear that they're saying something. They're trying to get something cooked up here. One source has told us that the Soviet ambassador is telling members of the Council that Iraq has agreed to coalition conditions along the lines of U.S. proposals. Now, the problem with hearing something like that is along the lines of U.S. proposals, you have no idea exactly what that means. Also, there's a report from TASS, the Soviet news agency, that the Soviets are presenting an initiative inside the Council chamber, an initiative that sets a date for withdrawal and establishes a short timetable for completion of that withdrawal. But this TASS report indicates that there has been no response yet from Baghdad on this. So these two stories conflict a bit. One is the Soviets are in there saying that, yes, Baghdad has agreed to U.S. proposals, and the other saying that there's no response from Baghdad. So that's a conflict. Also, we have the ambassador from Yemen, who on his way into the meeting said that there were ideas about a total withdrawal and a ceasefire being circulated, and he suggested that they were being circulated by the Soviet Union. Now, since we first reported this, we have gotten some other information in response from Western diplomats. For instance, a U.S. official tells CNN that the story in TASS is part of what he called a Soviet effort for domestic purposes. You're probably aware that the Soviet military, in particular, is not happy about this war that the U.S. is waging against Iraq. The Soviet Union supplied Iraq with a lot of the weapons it has, and this U.S. official suggests that this is just another attempt by the Soviets to kind of make it appear as if they're trying to do something within the UN Security Council, although this U.S. official also confirmed that Vorontsov is the Soviet ambassador to the UN, that the Soviet ambassador is telling the Council that we have reason to believe Iraq is willing to accept immediate and unconditional withdrawal. On the other hand, we also hear that from this U.S. official that the Iraqi ambassador here at the UN is saying he can't contact his government. So the bottom line is, and a Western diplomat summed this up, something similar to this happened Saturday afternoon. This Western diplomat is saying, no more Saturday afternoon follies. We want to hear from Baghdad, or we want to hear from the Iraqi ambassador to the UN. They don't just, Western diplomats don't just want to hear the Soviets saying that perhaps Iraq has agreed to something. They want to hear it directly from either the Iraqi ambassador to the UN or from Baghdad. I'm Jeannie Mose, reporting live from the United Nations.
Saudi military officials say at least 12 people were killed and at least 50 injured when debris from an Iraqi Scud missile hit a U.S. military barracks in Saudi Arabia just over 4 hours ago. We have more on that from CNN's Mike Chinoy.
It was shortly after dark when the air raid alarm sounded in eastern Saudi Arabia. An incoming Iraqi Scud. The U.S. Central Command says it broke up in flight. The debris scored a direct hit on a building housing over 100 American servicemen. There was a huge explosion and then chaos, panic, and death. Ambulances raced through the night, and rescue workers, including many U.S. servicemen and women, struggled to pull the victims from the debris. The building was almost totally demolished.
Nothing, there was just basically the skeleton of a building was in an inferno, and you could
just barely see the frame of the building. I did see some charred bodies, and I wasn't sure if they were alive or dead, but it looked pretty bad. It was very gruesome. Medical helicopters picked up many wounded and took them to nearby hospitals. It was the worst casualty toll from a Scud attack anywhere since the war began, and the first time these deadly missiles have killed and injured Americans. Until now, the Patriot missiles have had a remarkably good track record at intercepting and neutralizing the Scuds. Saddam Hussein has repeatedly tried to use the Scuds, largely to sow fear and terror among civilians in Saudi Arabia and Israel. He has fired them repeatedly at Dhahran, Riyadh, and Tel Aviv. The attack came nearly 2 days into the Allied ground war to evict the Iraqis from Kuwait. In general, that war has gone extremely badly for Saddam Hussein, leaving this attack horrifying but militarily insignificant as virtually the only success the Iraqi leader can claim. Mike Chenoy, CNN, in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Now, earlier today, before the Scud incident, President Bush telephoned General Norman Schwarzkopf in Saudi Arabia. The White House says the U.S. Commander-in-Chief wanted to commend the commander of Operation Desert Storm for what the President called the remarkable efficiency of the ground offensive against Iraq. Mr. Bush was upbeat in his assessment of the war in public comments this afternoon, but he also warned against over-optimism.
The liberation of Kuwait is on course and on schedule. We have the initiative. We intend to keep it. We must guard against euphoria. There are battles yet to come and casualties to be borne. But make no mistake, we will prevail. Kuwait will soon be free, and America's men and women in uniform will return home to the thanks and respect of a grateful nation.
The Allied ground offensive is nearly 2 days old now. Coalition commanders say their troops have met light to moderate opposition as they've advanced into Iraq and Kuwait. Thousands of Arab forces, Saudis, Kuwaitis, Syrians, Egyptians, and others are in the forefront of the Allied breach of Iraqi land defenses. They've put decades of enmity behind them as they stormed north alongside the armies of the United States, Britain, and France. U.S. Army airborne troops have plunged deep into Iraq, positioning themselves to help cut Iraqi supply lines and squeeze the Republican Guard. The French military says its forces have achieved their first objective, covering 90 miles of ground and neutralizing an Iraqi division. U.S. armored troops have driven into Iraq as well, acting in tandem with Britain's Desert Rats and their Challenger tanks. Egypt's military reports its troops have advanced about 20 miles into occupied Kuwait, destroying Iraqi armor and artillery en route. Other Arab forces are pushing into Kuwait slightly to the east. Along the Kuwaiti coast, members of the U.S. Marine 2nd Division, backed by M-60 tanks, are supporting Saudi and Kuwaiti forces in a move toward Kuwait City. U.S. and French paratroopers reportedly have jumped into and around the Kuwaiti capital.
Like United States President Bush, Allied military officials have been quick to stress that the worst may be yet to come in terms of coalition casualties in the ground offensive against Iraq. At the same time, they've been openly astonished by the relatively low number of deaths and injuries sustained by Allied troops so far. Earlier today in Riyadh, prior to the Scud missile attack, a U.S. military briefer offered his latest information on coalition casualties and Iraqi equipment losses.
Since the beginning of the ground offensive coalition forces have destroyed more than 270 tanks and continue to attack all types of vehicles and other types of emplacements. And again, I would emphasize these are extremely conservative results. Since the beginning of the ground campaign, casualties remain extremely light. One casualty obviously is too many. As of this afternoon, initial reports indicate that 4 U.S. servicemen have been killed and 21 have been wounded in action.
In the meantime, coalition officers say Iraqi soldiers continue to lay down their arms in record numbers, and the thousands of these EPWs, that's enemy prisoners of war in military parlance, appear to pose something of a logistical headache for the highly mobile Allied forces, but U.S. and coalition commanders insist it's nothing they can't handle. Allied officials say the number of Iraqi prisoners has topped 20,000 for the first 2 days of the ground offensive. And the British military says Iraq fired 2 Silkworm missiles at Allied warships in the northern Persian Gulf today. They report British missiles fired from the HMS Gloucester destroyed 1 Silkworm, the other Silkworm fell into the sea. The Gloucester has, as British officials put it, been riding shotgun for the USS Missouri.
We want to update you now on that Scud attack on a U.S. Army barracks in Saudi Arabia. We now have some figures saying that there have been 12 confirmed dead in one report, 24 wounded, and 40 still missing. That's according to a report. The attack happened about 4 hours ago, in which apparently a Scud missile or parts of a Scud missile landed on a U.S. Army barracks. This is in Saudi Arabia. We will continue to bring you details on that as we get them. Still ahead coverage of the rest of the day's developments on the battlefield.
Tonight, if the Allied victory is swift and decisive, how should the war be brought to a diplomatic end? Former Secretary of State Alexander Haig joins CNN's Crossfire, 7:30 Eastern tonight.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other state. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes a tradition, there's no end to the race. And it doesn't happen only in horse races. Ford has set the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with billions of dollars invested in models like our Crown Victoria and Red Marquis, we're going to stay out front. Ford Motor Company.
Like a volcano erupting inside my stomach. That's how bad my heartburn felt. I went straight to Riopan.
Lab tests show Riopan Plus 2 starts neutralizing acid on stomach contact in 2.2 seconds.
No more volcano.
Remember 2.2 seconds. Riopan.
We're about to prove a simple point. On the left, a steak wrapped in saran wrap. On the right, both Reynolds and Glad wraps. Now, knowing a tiger won't eat what a tiger can smell, which one do you think holds in odor and freshness better? Saran wrap.
Just flakes, huh? Little old-fashioned, don't you think? It's too simple. I mean, I know you're going for that good old days thing, but all this makes me think of the depression. Now, wait a minute. This doesn't taste old-fashioned. It's good. I like this simple. I like it a lot.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Kellogg's Corn Flakes.
Face them again for the first time.
The variety and scope of the newspaper. The immediacy and versatility of radio. The drama and emotion of television. The power and impact of CNN headline news.
Here is the latest. Allied troops were last reported within 40 miles of Kuwait City as they steamrolled their way through occupied Kuwait. They're leaving behind trails of burned out and abandoned Iraqi military vehicles and encampments. Commanders say Allied forces continue to meet little resistance as they push northward. More than 270 Iraqi tanks are reported destroyed since the start of the ground offensive. Allied commanders say the number of Iraqi POWs is now more than 21,000. Dealing with the masses of surrendering Iraqis has perhaps been the Allies' biggest difficulty so far. And morale among coalition troops remains high as they continue to enjoy success.
Well, so far we've been having very light casualties, as I think everybody has been reporting. We have had an easy time so far of making the 130 trips down to the front or near the front, which is where the ground transport moves the casualties into. And we move them to the hospitals in this area. So overall, how hard or how easy, doing your job, getting your job done, how has that been so far for you? It's been a whole lot easier than we'd anticipated.
Allied leaders report casualties so far are extremely light. Before today's Scud attack in Saudi Arabia, commander said 4 U.S. troops had been killed in a ground assault, 21 wounded. Coalition leaders say Iraqi soldiers continue to kill Kuwaiti civilians in the streets of Kuwait City, and reports continue to reach CNN from several other usually reliable sources saying Iraqi troops are committing atrocities inside Kuwait. The Kuwaiti resistance says Iraqi troops have been ordered to firebomb and damage 180 specific buildings, including hospitals and schools. There is no independent confirmation of those reports.
Women pilots were among the first members of the 101st Army Airborne Division into Iraq. They flew supplies to troops using Chinook helicopters, a mission allowed by Pentagon rules prohibiting women from combat. One pilot, a Major, Marie Rossi, spoke to a pool reporter after the mission.
Personally, as an aviator and as a soldier, this is the moment that everybody trains for, that I've trained for, so now I feel ready to meet a challenge. I don't necessarily personally like it. If I had the opportunity that they call the ceasefire tomorrow, that would be great. No, we know we can do what we have to do. Just as soon as see it not have to be done.
What are the personal feelings going on inside you now?
Well, calm down. This morning I was kind of tense, you know. Woke up kind of excited, wanting to get things rolling now that we're here. I guess it is kind of tension. Don't really feel any sense of danger up ahead. Just it's like a big field problem. We're gonna kick it off tomorrow.
You're probably going to be the first military into Iraq as well. Considered one of the first few military women involved in combat. And I assume that this is determined to combat mission.
I got one in the aircraft in front of me and one behind me.
How do you feel as a woman now?
I think if you talk to women who are professionally in the military, we see ourselves as soldiers. We don't really put it into perspective as men versus women. And what I'll do is no greater and no less than the man who's flying next to me or the men that are flying ahead of me. So I don't see it from your perspective. You know, this is just my job, and this is what I'm expected to do, and this is what I train to do or want to do. So, you know, as a woman, for me, it's not unusual. I imagine for somebody back home who's not in my position, it seems odd.
You obviously could tell from listening closely that it was a statement made by Major Rossi before permission, not after I misspoke on that. Major Rossi says she and her tent mates were happy to be among the first in their unit to go into Iraq.
Some of the success on the ground for the Allies was made possible by Allied air power. CNN's David Bernkoff has more.
The U.S. military likes to say its AH-1 Cobra helicopter is armed to the teeth. The Cobra flies close troop support and attack missions, primarily against armored targets. The main armament, 8-tow anti-tank missiles. The Cobra flies primarily in the day and in good weather. The AH-64 Apache helicopter, armed with 30mm cannon and a variety of rockets and missiles, is designed to destroy enemy armor and artillery. The all-weather Apache flies day and night missions. The AV-8 Harrier, or jump jet, also flies support missions for ground troops and amphibious landing troops. It's designed to operate where runway facilities are limited or unavailable. The Harrier is famous for its vertical takeoff and hovering capability. The plane carries a wide variety of conventional and smart weapons and can be outfitted with a Gatling gun. The A-10 Thunderbolt is better known by its unofficial name, the Warthog. It flies low and close to ground troops and was built primarily to attack enemy tanks. The Thunderbolt carries armor-piercing, high-explosive missiles, conventional bombs, cluster bombs, and the 30mm six-barrel Gatling gun. It was built with long endurance capability and can be refueled in flight. Among the many weapons carried by the planes and helicopters are the Maverick anti-tank missiles. They are guided by a television camera, and the military claims 85% of Mavericks strike their targets. The Hellfire missile is an anti-armor weapon. It's also known as a fire-and-forget weapon because the pilot doesn't have to see the target. It can be operated by a separate OH-58 Scout helicopter, which picks out multiple targets in battle and controls the missiles fired from Apaches. The tow missile is wire-guided and optically tracked. The gunner must have the target in his sights. Cluster bombs dropped from thunderbolts and Harriers explode in the air, scattering smaller bombs, which either explode as they hit or act as mines, making it difficult for tanks and trucks to move to the front lines in a battle. David Burnkoff, CNN reporting.
The ground war hasn't stopped the air attack on Baghdad, and there are some reports, mainly from the Iraqis, accusing the Allied assault on the hazy sky over the Iraqi capital. There are other reports, though, that the haze may be coming from fires set by Iraqis in Kuwait. The Allies say more than 600 fires are burning, most of them at oil wells, wellheads. They also say the smoke is not slowing the ground troops. Becoming almost accustomed to the bombing, Baghdad residents try to carry on normal life. Some try to pick up Western radio reports about the war. On Radio Baghdad, two military communiques spoke of great Iraqi victories against the Allies. As for Saddam, CNN's Christian Amanpour reported from Baghdad that there was no sign of it today.
The Israeli Foreign Ministry says that country has asked the United States for an extra $1 billion in military aid. Israel says it needs the aid to cover higher war-related defense costs. The ministry adds that the aid request does not cover economic losses by Israel, such as those caused by the collapse of tourism and higher oil prices. We'll have more on the latest in the war when we return.
Just for you and your changing nutritional needs. Centrum Silver, because you're over 50 and you're out there swinging. Centrum Silver, the first complete vitamin formula that keeps up with the changes in you and your nutritional requirements. Centrum Silver, now's the time you need it, because right now, it's a great time to be silver.
Only one gum passes the test when you've got dental work, and that's Freedent. Freedent won't stick to your dental work, so you can be confident chewing it. And because it also moistens your mouth and freshens your breath, Freedent's in a class by itself. Freedent is the one that does stick together, and Freedent moistens your mouth, yeah, moistens your mouth, and freshens your breath while you chew.
Now take Freedent. Moisten your mouth and freshens your breath.
Advanced salon thinking from the salons of Vidal Sassoon. Vidal Sassoon conditioning rinse. It goes beyond traditional conditioners and helps protect hair too. First, it finds and conditions the damaged areas and goes on to help shield and protect hair overall from heat, from styling, from the world. So your hair moves, shines, feels salon fabulous. Go beyond conditioning. Protect with Vidal Sassoon. Advanced salon thinking and advanced salon hair.
Hey, gorgeous.
Oh, come on.
Ounce for ounce, can you mix a bowl of cereal with more vitamin and mineral nutrition in total?
Sure can. There. And then we'll have some of this.
Not enough calcium.
Okay, wait a minute. I'll add some of this one.
Now there's not enough iron.
You're interrupting me.
You know a bowl of all those put together can't top an equal amount of total. One serving of whole grain total has 100% of 12 essential vitamins and minerals. For all this nutrition, nothing can top total. Nothing.
You're kidding.
We're going to share with you now some more letters from our viewers, some letters with some strong opinions. The first from the Netherlands, Marcel Winches, who writes, although we are a small nation, we all stand behind you, your president, and especially behind your troops, the Gulf, and their families. Of course, over here, there are a few pacifists that are against the war and against American interference. These people do not seem to understand the necessity of this war.
Sandar Ahmad from Islamabad writes, I and many Muslims condemn Iraq for its aggression in Kuwait and for defying the UN resolutions. We also condemn the terrorist activities by the PLO elements. But it must be realized that no one has appointed the USA as the world policeman. This was an Arab problem only, and the Arabs should have been allowed to sort it out among themselves first.
Greg Bosak of Mechanicsburg, Pennsylvania writes, there's only one solution. Hussein has got to get out of Kuwait. Hussein has no option, and the U.S. position is steadfast against compromise. After Desert Storm is over and our troops are back, let the Arab solution resolve itself. In all probability, military mayhem will be the order of the day.
And from Dr. Robert Rundin in Torrance, California. Our troops are facing the prospect of death, and though they often don't understand it, they inherently know that preserving freedom from time to time requires our lives. At home, we feel guilty. We do our daily chores, but we feel guilty. Only those who understand that life is worth little without freedom are now at peace. You can send your comments to us at this address, Box 740-166, Atlanta, Georgia, 30374-0166.
As Allied forces keep up their push to retake Kuwait, they are prepared to find new evidence of Iraqi atrocities. Before the ground assault, Allies rejected a ceasefire proposal that would have dropped UN Security Council resolutions that would hold the Iraqi regime accountable for war crimes. But there is a question over whether there will be a war crimes trial after the war. CNN Richard Blystone has our report.
Iraq is being punished for swallowing Kuwait and will doubtless be forced to disgorge it. But whether Saddam Hussein and others will be brought to answer to formal justice is something else.
Crimes against humanity, war crimes, have in fact been committed, and it's all a question of political will of the Allies if they really want to go after justice and make a statement beyond the battlefield.
Rabbi Cooper and other members of the Los Angeles-based Simon Wiesenthal Center may try to take the Iraqis and their suppliers around the world to court for physical and psychological damage done here by Scud missile attacks. The center is noted mainly for hunting down Nazis who escaped justice after World War II. And these men say there must be a more thorough international tribunal over the rape of Kuwait and the Gulf War.
Well, I think it's unremarkable. I think it's absolutely imperative. And the idea, of course, is to see that things of this sort don't happen again. When you take a look at the rules involving definitions of war crimes and crimes against humanity, it reads like Saddam Hussein's rap sheet.
Wrongful invasion of Kuwait, crimes and atrocities during the occupation, missile attacks on Israeli civilians, holding of hostages and human shields, mistreatment of prisoners of war, vandalism against the environment with oil slicks, and the torching of Kuwait oil fields. UN Security Council resolutions call attention to Iraqi liability, but the legal foundations for a tribunal lie in the post-World War II Nuremberg war crime trials and Geneva Conventions on human rights and on what is acceptable conduct in war. The United States and some other coalition countries are assembling dossiers of war crimes and damage claims. The United Nations or coalition members, notably Kuwait, could start the action, and the Nazi hunters' advice is,
accurate, collect the evidence, get the testimony.
Iraqi prisoners could be witnesses or defendants. But even if Saddam and members of his regime could not be physically brought to face trial, Rabbi Cooper says indictments should still be filed.
It may not be easy. It may, in fact, take years. It may be impossible. Nonetheless, I think in terms of the future peace process, it would be important to make that demand.
The Nazi hunters fear that, like the World War II allies, the Gulf Coalition after the war may not have the political stamina to track down and try Iraqis guilty of war crimes. And they could be right. Some think that the sight of Saddam in the dock would just boost his popularity among the Arab masses. But a trial in absentia while he held out in Baghdad would just make his prosecutors look ridiculous. And people might ask about the human rights record of Gulf ally Syria, or why the West made so little fuss about Saddam 3 years ago when he gassed hundreds of his own people. Richard Blystone, CNN, Tel Aviv.
Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues in a moment. We plan a live report from Camp Lejeune Marine Base in North Carolina, where a court-martial is underway.
If it's a great selection of fine furniture at affordable prices you're looking for, look to Van's Home Furnishings. But if it's a great selection of fine furniture at affordable prices with the best service available, go to Van's Home Furnishings, where the courteous staff is willing and able to assist you with all your furnishing needs. From the selection of the right piece of furniture to the proper upholstery to the free delivery, Van's professionals are there all the way. So visit Van's Home Furnishings in downtown Island, weekdays from 9 to 9 and Saturdays from 9 to 5.
The new Dave Miller Buick in Chicago Heights has the best deals on the area's largest selection of brand new Buicks, as well as Illinois' largest service department, featuring over 15 days of qualified service professionals ready to serve you from 7:30 to 6, 5 days a week, with an oil change and safety inspection for just $19.95. Only from Dave Miller Buick service professionals. And be sure to visit the sales professionals at Dave Miller Buick, the dealer who cares after the sale. Dave Miller Buick, 209 Western Avenue in Chicago Heights.
This is CNN.
An update now on the latest developments in the Persian Gulf War. The United Nations Security Council is meeting behind closed doors, and there are indications that a new peace initiative is in the works. The Soviet news agency TASS says the Soviets are presenting a plan that would set dates for the start and completion of an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait. TASS says there's been no Iraqi response yet to that proposal. However, a diplomatic source tells CNN's Jeannie Mose that the Soviets say that Iraq has agreed to something along the lines of the Allied conditions for withdrawal. That report is unconfirmed. U.S. officials suggest the TASS story of the Soviet peace plan mostly is aimed at an audience inside the Soviet Union. About 4.5 hours ago, an Iraqi Scud missile attack demolished a makeshift barrack for U.S. troops in eastern Saudi Arabia. U.S. military officials say at least 12 U.S. service personnel were killed, at least 25 wounded, another 40 are unaccounted for. U.S. Central Command believes the missile broke up in flight, and the damage and the deaths apparently were caused by Scud debris. More than 100 U.S. soldiers were believed to have been inside the barracks near Dhahran, in the port city of Khobar, during the attack. Witnesses heard a huge explosion and flames shot in the air. Iraq is boasting about the attack. Baghdad radio says Iraq's, quote, heroic missile corps continues to pound the coward traitors, end quote. Allied forces move deeper into Kuwait, advancing past the commander's call, Iraqi kill zones. On day 2 of the ground war, the Allies are reporting, quote, tremendous successes against Iraqi forces. But some Iraqis are putting up a fight. There are reports of tank battles, including one fought south of Kuwait City, that Pentagon sources describe as ferocious. The Allies say they now hold some 20,000 Iraqi prisoners of war. Some surrendered, others were captured. The Allies have been struggling to process the throngs of Iraqi prisoners, but the commander of Air Forces today dismissed concerns that the prisoners of war would bog down the Allied offensive. The Allies still characterize their casualties on the ground as extremely light. 4 U.S. servicemen are reported killed in action, 21 wounded. These are figures issued before the Scud attack. Saudis say 5 soldiers under Arab command were killed and 20 wounded.
We have a report now that air raid sirens are sounding in eastern Saudi Arabia. That is, of course, a live picture and a live sound. We have no other details right now, but when we get more, we will let you know. For the time being, let's go to Jan Hopkins with the business news update in New York. Jan?
Thanks, Cheryl. The Dow Industrial closed slightly lower in a volatile session today. The blue chip index up 38 points this morning on reports the Allies are making strong progress in the Gulf. A later round of profit-taking knocked the Dow 12 points into the minus column.
It's been a long day, but it hasn't been nearly as long as the campaign has been for the U.S. Marines who fought their way into Kuwait. I'm here with 3 of them right now. Lieutenant Paul Deckert, Lieutenant Brian Knowles, and Sergeant Brian Dupree. Lieutenant Deckert, we'll start with you. What kind of resistance have you guys been meeting from the Iraqi army? Been led to understand that they've just been rolled up like a carpet. Has there been any fighting from them at all?
There has been. It's been kind of slow, but there has been some resistance. They've been moving through it very quickly, however.
Has the low level of resistance and the speed with which you move through it surprised you?
I think it's taken a lot of people pleasantly by surprise. At this point, though, we're still very nervous because he's still got a lot of capability.
Lieutenant Knowles, after months of waiting, you're finally in Kuwait. Dumb question, maybe. How's it feel?
Lack of better terms, it's a relief. It's exciting to get rolling and get the show finally on the road, so it's good.
The Pentagon and all the briefers say the campaign seems to be going well, better than they expected. From what you were led to believe, how's it going from your point of view on the ground?
From our point of view, it's going very well. We're meeting light resistance, and we're pushing through them really fast, a lot faster than we expected.
Pleasant surprise, then.
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Bree, how's it been going for you? You've been, I take it, waiting in the desert quite some time. How's it feel to be here finally?
It's like the Lieutenant said, it's relief. It's just good to get going. And the sooner we get this thing over, the sooner we're coming home.
Now, y'all heard earlier when we mentioned that 12 U.S. military personnel in Saudi Arabia had been killed by a Scud missile attack. Does that do anything to your determination?
I think it does something to all our determination. I think Marines are going to fight even more harder than they have been now. We're going to get objectives sooner than ever.
I think it's done that. Lieutenant Knowles, quick question. There's been a lot of concern about chemical or biological weapons. Any evidence so far, just from your limited venue here on the ground of any of that being used?
Right now in our sector, there's been no signs of chemical or biological warfare. However, we are maintaining our high mop posture with our mop suits on in preparation for anything you might throw at us.
For the civilians out there, it's MOPP, mission-oriented protective posture, or the chemical suits you all have to wear most of the time.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
And Lieutenant Deckard, I keep getting the lieutenants confused here. What's been the, even though the resistance has been light, or relatively light, what's been the toughest part of this? Is it the constant state of readiness and being on edge, essentially?
Being on edge gets to you. The sporadic artillery definitely gets to you, because until you see them go boom, can't be sure if they're high explosive or chemical. And it's nerve-wracking.
Were any of you guys involved in the Kafji? Hey, if you could give me a quick rundown, compare the fighting in Kafji to what you've seen here. Was it harder fighting in Kafji on the part of the Iraqi army?
It was a little bit harder, but some things are similar. Hit them a couple of good times, and then they want to give up. Their heart's not in it.
Lieutenant Knowles, were you in Kafji?
Yes, sir, all three of us were. We were in forward deployed positions at the time, and when the Iraqis pushed through, they didn't know where we were. Overran our positions, and in the confusion, we were able to get away safely.
A broad question, maybe. How is the morale stack up there compared to here? Did they seem like they had more fight in them, or is it pretty much equal?
On the Iraqis, when they went on offensive, they had higher morale at that time. Now they're just putting up a fight because they feel like it looks like they're being pushed against the wall.
Sergeant Bree, you were there also. What was the big difference to you? Did you think it was a tougher fight there than it's been here?
Oh, of course. I think it is a whole lot tougher. Here we're just giving up. I think they're just seeing the Americans or the Saudis and just giving up. They just want out of the war.
Now, is the level of surrender surprise you? The briefers are saying it's 21,000 POWs so far in climbing. Is the level of surrendering and the mass surrendering surprise you?
Not really. I think once they see what we got coming, they're going to start surrendering. There's nothing else to do that or be destroyed.
Lieutenant Knowles, there's been a lot of noise made in the Pentagon about how they haven't seen anything yet. There are still a lot of surprises coming. They still may get punched pretty hard. Is that your point of view that basically the offensive barely started rolling?
That's correct, yes, sir. We've got a lot more people and material behind us, and we're only engaging with what we have to engage with. We have a lot more to come if it's necessary.
Okay, and final question, Lieutenant Deckard, there's been a lot of speculation about how long this may last, when you'll be home, how long it may be till Kuwait City may be taken. From your point of view on the ground, any guesses?
Well, if we keep going like this, hopefully very, very quickly. Hesitant to give a day, but very quickly. It's been 2 days so far, rolling at a pretty good clip. We keep it going like this, who knows? Hopefully by the weekend.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much. CNN correspondent Brian Jenkins earlier today was up toward the front, about 25, 30 miles north of where we are right now, toward where the fighting is going on. And Brian Jenkins has this report about what it looked like.
The road north to Kuwait City is now strewn with the charred wreckage of Iraqi vehicles and pockmarked with craters from the bombs and rockets that chased the occupiers away. In their wake came columns of Saudi and Kuwaiti troops exulting in the apparent ease of the Allied offensive.
Can you tell us, what was your experience? What did you feel on the first day of the campaign?
From this day, we get very nice experience, but we don't have too much people injured by our army. And only I take care as a doctor in this area, only the prisoner. They are really injured too much.
36 hours after the start of what Saddam Hussein billed as the mother of all battles, there were no Iraqi casualties to be seen on the battlefield, but Iraqi prisoners came pouring in by the hundreds. One spoke of the shame of defeat, but most seemed far more relieved to be done with war than they were fearful of their Saudi captors.
And what kind of resistance did you come across? Approximately, what kind of, how was the Iraqi army that you met?
The Iraqi army, you know, it's, all I can tell you, all the Iraqi soldiers, you know, he don't need to fight.
Artillery fire showed some Iraqis were still putting up a fight, but Saudi and Kuwaiti troops simply watched the shells kick up clouds. And these soldiers seemed more concerned about a desert snake than enemy firepower. Everyone stepped carefully around the thousands of landmines the Iraqis had left behind. The blackened hull of an Iraqi tank reminded everyone passing of the damage a buried explosive could do. Despite the months of work Iraqis had put into laying their barriers, those obstacles seemed to have hardly slowed the Allied attackers. For Kuwaiti soldiers, the forward march to reclaim their country couldn't move fast enough.
We have just received word at CNN Center of a Baghdad radio report indicating that Saddam Hussein has ordered his troops from Kuwait. Again, a bulletin received through Associated Press at CNN Center that Saddam Hussein, according to Baghdad radio, has ordered his Iraqi troops out of Kuwait. That's all we know at the moment. Charles Jaco, were you able to hear that? Have you heard anything about that?
No, that's the first I've heard of it, Lou, but my Marine guests are still here. I'll ask them, of course, you know, just from a grunt's perspective, what they think. The Associated Press is reporting that Baghdad radio now says Saddam Hussein has announced that he is ordering Iraqi troops to withdraw from Kuwait. Now, that's all we know at this point. Real quick, Lieutenant Decker, how does that make you feel if it's true?
If it's true, that's good news. Thank God. Nobody else has to get hurt anymore. That's what we want.
Lieutenant Knowles, how does that make you feel? Does it surprise you? It looked like they didn't have a heart, and maybe if it's true that Saddam just said they should give it up?
Yes, sir. We got to mix it up with them yesterday and today. I believe a little bit of resistance give us something to do near the end of the week.
And Sergeant Priest, if that turns out to be true, and Saddam Hussein has ordered his troops to withdraw from Kuwait, how does that make you feel?
Oh, that makes me feel good, but I still don't think the problem's solved until we get rid of Saddam Hussein. That's the bottom line.
Yes, he needs to be removed from power.
I'm not going to say.
Okay, gentlemen, thank you very much for taking the time. I know it's late at night and you're on duty. Thank you very much. So again, some immediate on-the-ground reaction for whatever it's worth here inside Kuwait from three Marines who've been involved in fighting here in Kuwait and in Khafji a couple of weeks ago. A couple of quick things. Occasionally we've been hearing booms off to our right and to our left. Those we understand are mines being detonated. There's supposedly about 500,000 mines around here that are being detonated one at a time. And in front of us we can see an orange glow across the sky, which are those oil well fires, some 500 oil well fires, 70 Iraqis here in Kuwait. Charles Jaco, CNN, reporting live from Kuwait.
All right, Charles Jaco in Kuwait, I'm being told Jeannie Most at the United Nations can flesh out the story that we're hearing. Jeannie?
Well, what this does is it kind of jives with what we're hearing here at the United Nations. This afternoon, the Soviet ambassador asked for consultation with the Security Council. They went in behind closed, and the Soviet ambassador basically said to the council members, and we think this is pretty much a quote, "We have reason to believe that Iraq is willing to accept immediate and unconditional withdrawal." Then he went on to list kind of 3 points. Some have called it a plan, some say it's not really a plan, but it basically was this. Fix a date for withdrawal, the withdrawal would be very short, and it would be without any other conditions. Now this is what the Soviet ambassador presented. When they came out, the U.S. and the Soviet ambassadors sort of played this down. What they basically said is, we want to hear from Baghdad on this. We don't just want to hear from the Soviet ambassador saying, we believe, we understand that Iraq is ready to accept immediate unconditional withdrawal. We want to hear from Baghdad. And what it sounds to me is if from Baghdad radio, we are now hearing from Baghdad. So that is the situation here at the UN. There was a lot of confusion earlier, but now it seems to be making some kind of sense. I'm Jeannie Most, reporting live from the United Nations.
We want to let you know that an all clear has now sounded throughout Saudi Arabia. We told you about 15 minutes ago that the air raid sirens had sounded. No sign of any Scud missile attacks there. This comes on the heels about 4.5 hours after the Iraqi Scud attack in Saudi Arabia on a U.S. barracks. The latest figures we have from that are 12 dead, 24 injured, and 40 still missing. Again, as we get more information on that, we'll let you know. Lou?
Again, more on our apparent major-breaking story, a Baghdad radio report, and we're told it was an early Wednesday morning report. It's now quarter of 2 a.m. in Baghdad. According to Baghdad radio, Saddam Hussein has ordered his Iraqi troops in Kuwait to withdraw. That's all the information we have at the moment. Something is happening. We'll keep you posted. We'll keep track of the story. We'll continue our Gulf War coverage after a break. Stay with us.
It's not a favorite of the Air Force, but it's playing a role in the Gulf. The A-10, the Ugly Duckling, a special assignment report, the continuing coverage of the war in the Gulf, tonight 6 Eastern on CNN.
Lucky dog. All my favorite things are blue. I got a blue shirt, see? Even got a red. And my favorite is this.
909 radar locked on. And within 50 seconds of the initial detection, a salvo of 2 Sea Dart missiles had been fired. One missile scored a direct hit at a range of 4 miles, whilst the other is assessed to have flown through the debris.
The Gloucester has been providing cover for the U.S. battleship Missouri.
Just ahead, we'll have a live update from CNN's Wolf Blitzer.
But most seem far more relieved to be done with war than they were fearful of their Saudi captors.
And what kind of resistance did you come across? Approximately, what kind of... how was the Iraqi army that you met?
Oh, the Iraqi army, you know, it's... all I can tell you, all the Iraqi soldiers, you know, he don't need to fight.
Artillery fire showed some Iraqis were still putting up a fight, but Saudi and Kuwaiti troops simply watched the shells kick up clouds, and these soldiers seemed more concerned about a desert snake than enemy firepower. Everyone stepped carefully around the thousands of landmines the Iraqis had left behind. The blackened hull of an Iraqi tank reminded everyone passing of the damage a buried explosive could do. Despite the months of work Iraqis had put into laying their barriers, those obstacles seemed to have hardly slowed the Allied attackers. For Kuwaiti soldiers, the forward march to reclaim their country couldn't move fast enough. This happens to be Kuwait's Independence Day, and while it may take some time for Operation Desert Storm to completely blow over, this part of Kuwait is plainly liberated. In tribute to the friends who helped win back their land, some Kuwaiti soldiers are flying the colors of coalition partners and welcoming others to plant their flags, if only temporarily, on the parcels of sand they are rolling across. Brian Jenkins, CNN in southern Kuwait.
Now for the latest developments from the United Nations, CNN's Jeannie Mose is standing by live. Jeannie?
Well, you know, the Allies, the United States in particular, has been saying that if Baghdad is serious about this withdrawal, then why doesn't the Iraqi ambassador to the UN show up at the UN and just say so, rather than this convoluted sort of way with the Soviet Union? Well, CNN has spoken directly with the Iraqi ambassador to the UN, and he has told us that he has no confirmation at this point of the Baghdad radio announcement, that he expects confirmation soon. You have to understand that there have been communications difficulties between New York and Baghdad, and the Iraqi mission to the UN has been communicating through Amman, Jordan, through the Iraqi embassy in Amman, Jordan. So the UN ambassador here has asked the Iraqi embassy in Amman, Jordan, to get in touch with Baghdad and get some kind of confirmation of this, if it's true. And he expects to be hearing from Amman, Jordan, with some sort of confirmation or denial or whatever they hear sometime soon. And when we hear, we'll bring that word to you. I'm Jeannie Mose, reporting live from the United Nations.
All right, thank you, Jeannie. And our coverage will continue right after this break.
Starts college next year.
How's mine? Well, Mike told me the price of his first choice.
Pace of the war, despite Baghdad radio's announcement that Iraqi forces will withdraw from Kuwait. According to the U.S., it is very much war as usual. CNN's Wolf Blitzer joins us now with the latest from the Pentagon. Wolf.
Frank, the massive U.S. and Allied ground offensive is moving rapidly to outflank Iraq's Republican Guard. Mechanized and airborne divisions from the U.S., France, and Britain are already deep inside Iraq and may soon be in a position to block any potential Iraqi retreat. Sources here describe what they say has been an unusually swift advance that may have triggered the latest statements coming from Baghdad. The Pentagon has no immediate reaction to the Baghdad radio announcement that Saddam Hussein has ordered his troops to withdraw from Kuwait. Officials say they plan to pursue the war without change, and they say they are accelerating the Allied advance. Just as the Baghdad announcement was being made, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, were briefing the congressional leadership on the first 2 days of the ground offensive.
He would have to end all hostilities, including all Scud attacks. There's no way you're going to have him get out of Kuwait and have a ceasefire if he's still shooting at Israel and shooting at Saudi Arabia.
At this point in time, we should be very cautious to go beyond anything except what is stated by those on-scene commanders, because I would not be responsible for raising the hopes and aspirations of families back here or troops in the front line.
After 2 days of the ground war, officials said U.S. and Allied forces were continuing to advance rapidly in Kuwait and Iraq. Indeed, they said the Allied war plan was moving forward well ahead of schedule.
We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO. Our ground forces continue to encounter light to moderate resistance and are currently ahead of schedule in securing their planned objectives.
And General Neal says the Allies have scored successes against Iraq's vaunted, but still largely silent, Republican Guard.
We have engaged some forces of the Republican Guard who enjoy the same success that we're having against other forces.
An early exchange with the Guard resulted in the loss of 35 Soviet-made T-72 tanks. Pentagon officials say Allied airstrikes have effectively paralyzed any potential Iraqi counterstrike. And amongst some of the prisoners taken by the Allies have been some members of the Republican Guard themselves. Pentagon sources say these Republican Guard soldiers are beginning to talk, and some information of value is beginning to reach Washington. Frank?
Well, beyond those T-72 tanks that you mentioned, what late information is available as to the toll all this fighting is having on Iraqi forces?
Well, Frank, clearly the air war has succeeded in softening up the Iraqis, and now 2 days of the ground war clearly are doing a great deal of damage. More than 300 tanks have been destroyed over these past 2 days, and a lot of other damage, and U.S. officials are clearly quite pleased.
And what is the reading of how much fighting capacity remains with the Iraqi troops?
Officials here say that they're cautiously optimistic. They don't want to say this war is over by any means, but they're not anticipating any great battles, but they're ready for it if it should occur.
Wolf Blitzer at the Pentagon. Thanks a lot. Susan?
As we reported moments ago, an Iraqi Scud missile has caused death and destruction in eastern Saudi Arabia. CNN's Greg Lamont is there bringing us an update. Greg.
Well, the eastern province of Saudi Arabia is in the midst of trying to deal with restrained elation and great sorrow at the same time. Earlier this evening, at least 12 people were killed, 25 injured, 40 are missing following a Scud missile attack. It's believed most are U.S. servicemen. With more on that side of the story, we turn to CNN's Mike Chenoy.
It was shortly after dark when the air raid alarm sounded in eastern Saudi Arabia, an incoming Iraqi Scud. The U.S. Central Command says it broke up in flight. The debris scored a direct hit on a building housing over 100 American servicemen. There was a huge explosion and then chaos, panic, and death. Ambulances raced through the night, and rescue workers, including many U.S. servicemen and women, struggled to pull the victims from the debris. The building was almost totally demolished.
Nothing. There was just basically the skeleton of the building. It was an inferno, and you could just barely see the frame of the building. I did see some charred bodies, and I wasn't sure if they were alive or dead, but it looked pretty bad. It was very gruesome.
Medical helicopters picked up many wounded and took them to nearby hospitals. It was the worst casualty toll from a Scud attack anywhere since the war began, and the first time these deadly missiles have killed and injured Americans. Until now, the Patriot missiles have had a remarkably good track record in intercepting and neutralizing the Scuds. Saddam Hussein has repeatedly tried to use the Scuds, largely to sow fear and terror among civilians in Saudi Arabia and Israel. He has fired them repeatedly at Dhahran, Riyadh, and Tel Aviv. The attack came nearly 2 days into the Allied ground war to evict the Iraqis from Kuwait. In general, that war has gone extremely badly for Saddam Hussein, leaving this attack horrifying but militarily insignificant as virtually the only success the Iraqi leader can claim. Mike Chenoy, CNN in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Just as people were beginning to absorb what happened, came word that Saddam Hussein had ordered his troops to get out of Kuwait. Dead soldiers on the one hand, possible peace on the other. Initially, the reaction is very mixed, and at the same time, very leery and skeptical. This is what the Saudis have said they have heard before, and they say they won't believe it until they see it. Their official position is that they won't be satisfied until Saddam Hussein completely withdraws from Kuwait without condition. They say Saddam had 6 months to get out, didn't do it, and now is trying to negotiate his way out. With the official Kuwaiti view, joining me, Dr. Hassan al-Sanad with the Kuwaiti Ministry of Information. How do you feel about what's going on?
Well, we received the response of Kuwait government by the Minister of Information, Dr. Badr al-Yaqub, the essence of which is that Kuwait is used to deception and lying from the Iraqi regime and the Iraqi radio. And Kuwait will not accept any action less than the implementation of all UN resolutions and conditions set down by President Bush and other allied leaders.
Doctor, given what has been going on in the war and the scenario that has developed today, would you say that Kuwaitis in general are probably more optimistic now than ever before about possible peace coming?
Yes, we are. Because this is an indication of the defeat of the Iraqi army and the beginning of their surrendering.
Okay, thank you very much. That's Dr. Hassan al-Sanad with the Ministry of Information for Kuwait. Again, the feeling is wait and see. There's great optimism about the possibility of peace, but for now it is when it happens, that's when people will believe it here. Greg Lamont, CNN Live, Eastern Province, Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Greg. We will take a break. Our coverage of the war in the Gulf continues right after this.
That Michael? Yeah, starts college next year. Voters saying they were ready to help. Dozens of shells were sent into the defensive line a few miles to the north, the next objective for Ripper. This halt was only a pause. Ripper commanders say they'll keep their men on the move until the job is done and Kuwait is free. Mark Dolmage, CNN, with the 1st Marine Division Task Force Ripper in Kuwait.
And that's up-to-the-minute combat action. Back to
may soon be in position to block any potential Iraqi retreat. Sources describe what they say has been an unusually swift advance that may have triggered the latest Iraqi withdrawal statement. Privately, officials say they plan to pursue the war without change, and they say they are accelerating the Allied advance. Just as the Baghdad announcement was being made, Defense Secretary Dick Cheney and General Colin Powell were briefing the congressional leadership on the first 2 days of the ground offensive.
He would have to end all hostilities, including all Scud attacks. There's no way you're going to have him get out of Kuwait and have a ceasefire if he's still shooting at Israel and shooting at Saudi Arabia.
At this point in time, we should be very cautious to go beyond anything except what is stated by those on-scene commanders, because I would not be responsible for raising the hopes and aspirations of families back here or troops in the front line.
Officials say the Allied war plan is moving forward well ahead of schedule.
We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO. Our ground forces continue to encounter light to moderate resistance and are currently ahead of schedule in securing their planned objectives.
And General Neal says the Allies have scored successes against Iraq's vaunted, but still largely silent, Republican Guard.
We have engaged some forces of the Republican Guard to enjoy the same success that we're having against other forces.
An early exchange with the Guard resulted in the loss of 35 Soviet-made T-72 tanks. Pentagon officials say Allied airstrikes have effectively paralyzed any potential Iraqi counterstrike. They say that among the thousands of Iraqi soldiers taken prisoner have been members of the Republican Guard, and they confirm the Allies have started using captured airfields in Iraq. Wolf Blitzer, CNN, reporting live from the Pentagon.
Kuwaiti and Saudi troops moved within 40 miles of Kuwait City Monday. CNN's Brian Jenkins caught up with the troops in southern Kuwait.
The road north to Kuwait City is now strewn with the charred wreckage of Iraqi vehicles and pockmarked with craters from the bombs and rockets that chased the occupiers away. In their wake came columns of Saudi and Kuwaiti troops exulting in the apparent ease of the Allied offensive.
Can you tell us, what was your experience? What did you experience on the first day of the campaign?
From the first day, we get a very nice experience, but we find that we don't have any too much people injured by our army, and only I face here as a doctor in this area, only the prisoner. They are really injured too much.
36 hours after the start of what Saddam Hussein billed as the mother of all battles, there were no Iraqi casualties to be seen on the battlefield, but Iraqi prisoners came pouring in by the hundreds. One spoke of the shame of defeat, but most seemed far more relieved to be done with war than they were fearful of their Saudi captors.
And what kind of resistance did you come across? Approximately, what kind of, how was the Iraqi army that you met?
The Iraqi army, you know, it's all I can tell you, all the Iraqi soldiers, you know, they don't need to fight.
Artillery fire showed some Iraqis were still putting up a fight, but Saudi and Kuwaiti troops simply watched the shells kick up clouds. And these soldiers seem more concerned about a desert snake than enemy firepower. Everyone stepped carefully.
We have heard no reason to change that. And because there is a war on, our first concern must be the safety and security of the United States and coalition forces. We don't know whether this most recent claim about Iraqi withdrawal is genuine. We have no evidence to suggest the Iraqi army is withdrawing. In fact, Iraqi units are continuing to fight. Moreover, we remember when Saddam Hussein's tanks pretended to surrender at Kafshi, only to turn and fire. We remember the Scud attacks today and Saddam's many broken promises of the past. There are at least an additional 22 dead Americans tonight who offer silent testimony to the intentions of Saddam Hussein. The statement out of Baghdad today says that Saddam Hussein's forces will fight their way out while retreating. We will not attack unarmed soldiers in retreat, but we will consider retreating combat units as a movement of war. The only way Saddam Hussein can persuade the coalition of the seriousness of his intentions would be for him personally and publicly to agree to the terms of the proposal we issued on February 22. And because the announcement from Baghdad referred to the Soviet initiative, he must personally and publicly accept explicitly all relevant UN Security Council resolutions, including especially UN Security Council Resolution 662, which calls for Iraqi rescission of its purported annexation of Kuwait, and UN Security Council Resolution 674, which calls for Iraqi compensation to Kuwait and others. That's the end of the statement. I might just add that the President met with his national security advisors for approximately an hour and 15 minutes this evening to consider this matter, and the President has returned to his residence. Wyatt?
Marlon, any word from Mikhail Gorbachev? Has he called the President and personally asked for a ceasefire?
We've not had any contact with President Gorbachev, although we have had contact with Soviet officials here in their embassy.
The nature of which
Helen?
is what, please? Marlon, the nature of which is what?
To simply inform them of our statement and to discuss the situation as it exists. Helen?
Do you consider the 12 UN resolutions and your February 22 plan as two separate entities that both have to be accepted?
As we explained on Friday, the terms of the February 22 plan, that's the one we disclosed on Friday, was a way of setting criteria for judging the 12 UN resolutions. So it is our judgment that he must still comply with the 12 UN resolutions, and the terms that set forth Friday simply give those detail.
Were those approved by the UN, the criteria, the terms of this?
They are the coalition's terms for describing and explaining the UN Security Council resolutions. Brett?
You have now added the condition that Saddam must do this personally. Why have you added that?
We have added this because of the nature of the Baghdad radio statement today, because of the many broken promises of Saddam Hussein, because he has not responded today concerning this withdrawal either directly to us or to the United Nations, and yet he tries or he purports to be interested in a withdrawal. And our attitude is, if that is the case, we ask him to be upfront publicly and let the whole world know exactly what his intentions are. Pascal?
What do you think Saddam Hussein is trying to do by announcing such a withdrawal?
We have no way of judging his motives. Michael?
As we understand it, the UN Security Council is meeting now or will be meeting shortly. You're out here rejecting this Baghdad radio offer. What do you know about what they're going to be doing in that meeting that leads you to believe you can come out now and reject it?
We're not rejecting anything. We don't know that there is a genuine offer. We see no evidence of it on the ground. We have no reason to believe the radio report. What we are saying is we hope it's true. We want him to get out, and this is the way to do it. John?
Marlon, if the Iraq's UN ambassador accepts the resolution calling for withdrawal from Kuwait and announces an Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, will the U.S. continue to attack?
The ground rules are very clear here. We are not going to attack retreating forces. They should lay down their arms and leave, and they wouldn't have to worry about that. But if they're moving as a combat units, they are still subject to the rules of war. Karen?
Yes. Can you tell us whether there's been any sign of Iraqi troops withdrawing, either with their weapons or without them?
We have no indication that there's any withdrawal taking place. John?
Two things about this withdrawal. It sounds like, one, what you're concerned about is these people possibly taking their weapons back into Iraq and being a threat from Iraq. And two, how will these people retreat without their weapons? Some of these people would be in tanks. That's how they travel, right?
They laying down their arms is simply they simply walk out. The fact is, the United States has enormous numbers of troops in that area. The coalition forces are spread throughout the country and throughout Kuwait, and we cannot sacrifice the safety of coalition forces by allowing them to have their weapons and, in fact, fight their way out, whatever that means.
Does that only mean walk? You're talking about armored personnel carrier, personal carrier.
Well, I don't think it needs a definition. I think lay down your arms is pretty clear. Patrick?
How close are we to winning this war so that any UN action might be considered moot?
Well, we are making good progress, but we certainly could not predict an end of the war at this time. Final question, Tom.
Fashion stalling the UN action, no Marlin, trying to see if we can win a decisive victory.
Well, the UN, as I understand it, has scheduled an informal meeting for later tonight. We simply want them to know our feelings and a position on this matter as they deliberate this evening. Tom?
What do you make of this new Soviet proposal? Did you know it was coming? And is it helpful to the coalition's aims for this to come up at this time?
I'm not aware of a new Soviet proposal.
Well, the Soviets asked the Security Council tonight to look at the proposal.
Well, you mean they proposed a meeting? That's fine, sure.
Do you feel it's helpful at this point for the Soviet Union to continue to press this proposal of theirs?
We think the Soviet Union has been helpful in this process. They have been trying to get a withdrawal. They've been trying to get Saddam Hussein to get out of Kuwait according to the UN resolutions. And in every discussion that President Gorbachev has had with us, he has reasserted his commitment to the UN resolutions. And certainly having the UN review of this in any fashion is acceptable with us. That, after all, we are responding to UN resolutions. And tonight's statement would be our position going into those discussions. And this way everyone would know exactly how we feel. Dan, final question.
Is it now the position of the Allies that you all will settle for nothing less than the total humiliation of Saddam Hussein?
No, we'll settle for nothing less than full compliance with the UN resolutions. Thank you very much.
White House spokesman Marlin Fitzwater issuing in very harsh and unmistakable terms the U.S. response to that word on Baghdad radio that Iraq would be prepared to withdraw its troops. Fitzwater says no such official word has been given, and he says that based on any examination of the evidence, despite what we were told earlier, there is no demonstrable evidence of an Iraqi withdrawal underway at this time. Fitzwater added a new condition, that Saddam Hussein must personally and publicly announce not only his withdrawal, but his compliance with all UN resolutions. White House correspondent Charles Bierbauer is standing by now in the briefing room. Charles, this was uncompromising language, wasn't it?
Absolutely. A very, very firm position being taken by the White House, to some degree echoing what Mr. Fitzwater had said earlier in the evening, but doing so here demonstratively in front of the cameras. And that was basically that, no, they don't see an offer on the table. They don't accept Radio Baghdad as the voice of Saddam Hussein, and in fact now saying specifically that Saddam Hussein himself must unequivocally make this kind of a statement to accept the UN resolutions. And you're right, to make 2 points very clear here that had not been laid out in quite this form before, one being a personal declaration by Saddam Hussein, and the other now spelling out and citing 2 of the 12 UN resolutions. The U.S. and its allies had always said that they must adhere to all 12. The Iraqis, in turn, on their side, and in this latest Baghdad radio proposal, citing only Resolution 660, which is the one calling for a withdrawal. The 2 that Mr. Fitzwater cited tonight, 662, which would basically annul the Iraqi annexation of Kuwait, which ties into the restoration of the Kuwaiti government, and the second one, the 674, which calls for Iraqi compensation for the destruction of facilities inside Kuwait, making clear that the U.S. is not going to back away from the key elements of the resolutions. Mr. Fitzwater, Frank, also pointed out that the death toll from that Iraqi Scud missile, which hit a U.S. military barracks in Iraq, is now up to 22. Mr. Fitzwater citing the continuing Scud attacks as yet another reason why the U.S. does not believe that Saddam Hussein's forces are genuinely retreating.
Charles, it was interesting because not only was that Scud attack referenced by Marlin Fitzwater, but also the Khafji battle, where some of those Iraqi tanks came in with their turrets turned around. Clearly, the U.S. is not going to take anything that Iraqi radio is saying, or perhaps anybody else in the leadership except Saddam Hussein, at face value at this time.
It would seem that way. The point of referring to the tanks at Khafji was that these tanks came out with their turrets reversed, which is traditionally a sign of surrender. And when they got into position, they swung the turrets around and fired upon the forces there, and that's how the Iraqis originally seized Kafji before they were thrown out. What Mr. Fitzwater is saying is simply, we don't trust the Iraqis. We certainly don't trust a radio broadcast. We want this thing to be spelled out absolutely clearly. And moreover, as you and I have heard a number of sources in the White House say today, there is an opportunity here to make sure that Saddam Hussein does not have a sizable force. That's why they want them to drop their weapons, leave their tanks, and as Mr. Fitzwater put it, walk back home. The opportunity is to further reduce the military capacity of Saddam Hussein, his last chance to get his troops out intact past Saturday morning.
Indeed, Charles, and Marlon Fitzwater's first line, we continue to prosecute the war. At the White House, Charles Bierbauer, thanks a lot. When we come back, we will talk with former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld. Stay with us.
Fact. Ford outsells Chevrolet and every other American competitor. Fact. Across the country, Ford outsells Honda, Nissan, and Toyota combined. Fact. Every year for the past 4 years, Ford has had the best-selling cars and trucks in America. Call it leadership, call it winning, call it anything you want. The simple fact is, Ford is #1. Save during Leadership Month at your Ford dealer now.
Hi, what'd you bring back?
Diarrhea.
Of course. You forgot your kaopectate.
Advanced formula kaopectate. Just one dose helps relieve diarrhea fast.
Next time, I won't forget the kaopectate.
Guaranteed to stop diarrhea fast.
3M salutes the Olympic athletes who found a better way. Whose ideas were so original, there's no going back. That same innovative thinking led us to invent Scotchgard brand protector, and things have looked newer longer ever since. 3M, innovation working for you.
When 1 in 4 adults looks at dairy food, their stomach says stop. Say no now, or pay later. Antacids aren't made for this problem, called lactose intolerance. But new Dairy Ease is. It's not an antacid, but a natural nutritional supplement that lets you comfortably digest ice cream, cheese, and milk without distress. Enjoy dairy food as naturally as everyone else with pleasant-tasting, chewable new Dairy Ease.
Tonight on Sports Tonight, we've got NBA action for you as the Los Angeles Lakers move on into Philadelphia for the 76ers. Also, Dominique Wilkins will profile a guy who's becoming a complete player. The stuff you might have missed in spring training at 11:30 Eastern Time.
We are joined now by Donald Rumsfeld. He served as President Gerald Ford's Secretary of Defense and more recently as President Reagan's Special Envoy to the Middle East. He joins us now from New York. Mr. Rumsfeld, you heard the White House statement there. It was a categorical rejection of an offer that Marlon Fitzwater says wasn't really an offer. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I was interested in the comments about the words and the circumstance. I kind of approached it from an entirely different standpoint, and that is the facts on the ground. If one thinks of the circumstance of the soldiers and the Marines and the airmen and the people aboard ship and their commanders and their families and relatives, we have to begin with the fact that they're engaged in a battle. And Scud attacks are still being launched. The belligerent statement that came out of Baghdad was not a compromising statement. It seems to me that it was a 3-minute decision for the president, and the first 2 were for coffee. I don't see that he had any other choice whatsoever.
Well, it would seem that what you're talking about, and in some ways what the White House is talking about now, is not so much about Iraqi withdrawal. It almost seems too late for that. It's a question of Iraqi surrender, isn't it?
Well, let me rephrase what I said. It's a fact that on the ground a battle is engaged. And to the extent that there are these half offers or possible offers or questionable offers, you can't change gear, you can't stop everything and allow people to begin to move battle groups out, not knowing which way they're going, what they plan to do when they get there. You simply have, there are plenty of choices if the Iraqis want to get out of Kuwait. They can surrender. As the presidential spokesman said, they can lay down their weapons and begin to move out. It is not that the United States or the coalition forces are keeping them from surrendering or keeping them from withdrawing. It is simply that with the battle engaged, you have to look out for the lives of the coalition forces and the men and women engaged in that battle, and not engage in these kinds of quick responses to half-baked offers that need to be clarified.
Now, you see that there is action taking place in the United Nations, and indeed we heard from our correspondent Jeannie Moe some time ago that she expects that were there to be some kind of official notification from Iraq that there would be inevitable pressure from some within the Security Council and elsewhere in the international community for there to be a ceasefire. Do you anticipate that will be a real problem?
Oh, I don't doubt for a minute that the Yemenis and the Jordanians and a few countries that are supporting Iraq will raise their voices, but I don't consider it a problem. Certainly no country with any forces involved would want to put those forces at risk by taking the kinds of chances that this proposal would require. So I think it's as I say, that the president had really no choice at all but to proceed. And until and unless the Iraqis announce that they're going to comply and begin to behave in a manner that reflects compliance.
You've seen what's happening on the ground. We've heard the comments out of Baghdad. We've also seen Saddam Hussein's track record over the past 6 months and before that. Is this sort of arrangement that the White House spokesman Marlon Fitzwater just laid out something that you think that Saddam Hussein under any circumstance would accept?
Oh, goodness, you know, you never say never. If you think of what Saddam Hussein did in the Iran-Iraq War, he fought for some 8 years. Tens of thousands of Iraqis were killed. Enormous loss of life and treasure. And he ended up pulling back, striking a deal with Iran, pulling out with having accomplished absolutely nothing, and allowed the UN to negotiate it. Now, would anyone have guessed that? No, no one would have guessed it, but did it happen? Yes. Is it possible for Saddam Hussein to do what they're asking? Certainly. My guess is if he did everything else but that is to say if he had his troops surrender or if they in fact laid down their weapons and began to move towards the Iraqi border, he would have effectively accomplished it anyway.
Former Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld, thank you for your time in a timely fashion this evening. Susan?
Frank, still to come, reaction from the Pentagon and the latest from Israel. Stay tuned.
Works much more than 9 to 5. City to city, take off a ride, relax, restore life,
Remember the Ramada business card. With it, you earn points on every dollar you spend toward over 10,000 merchandise items. You get free room upgrades, special rates, and extended checkout time. Apply for your free Ramada business card next time you stay.
I've been working for Calumet Farm, soon to be 49 years. I've worked for some famous horses.
What gives a certain group of people the ability to consistently do the impossible? Take Calumet Farm. No other farm has ever dominated horse racing like Calumet. Whirlaway, Citation, Halidar. It would take a winner's circle as big as Kentucky to do justice to this amazing stable. When excellent.
I think people were just taking it for granted that they weren't going to get harmed when these studs was going to get through and actually make contact. And today, unfortunately, it did.
Dan, the thing that has stuck with me since being there last night and seeing the chaos, seeing those wounded soldiers and dead soldiers. The image that stays in your mind is that Marines in Beirut and the terrorist attack that took so many down. And if you think about it, a Scud is nothing really more than a car bomb that flies.
Harry Smith, facts. It's early in the morning here in Saudi Arabia, day 3 of the massive Allied operation to retake Kuwait. Eric Kingberg brings us up to date.
There are two overall impressions that are left by the American and Allied military operation to liberate Kuwait. The first is speed. Everywhere one looks, the U.S. forces are fighting the way their country runs, on gasoline. It will be remembered as the war where there were no foot soldiers. Everyone rode. The armored columns that were set across the border of Iraq when the offensive began are reporting little enemy resistance. And they're eating up the desert so fast that they will soon sever, if they haven't already, the part of Iraq that runs the country from the part of Iraq where the army is located. One American division that's built for speed is the 101st Airborne. It is designed for helicopter assaults. Members of the division have been doing just that in the early hours of the offensive. They have even set up a gas station in the desert with its tanks made of huge rubber bladders to refill their helicopters for the next step. Iraq fought a war against Iran for 8 years, but it never faced anything like this. That may be one reason why so many of the Iraqis are waving white flags. Another reason we're just beginning to find out is that in some cases the officers who are supposed to be leading Iraqi troops are abandoning them.
The POWs, when we initially interrogated, said when the airstrikes hit these positions last night, their officers left and went north. That suggests they got a big time morale problem. Leadership leaves soldiers.
Still struggling to understand men who won't fight for their country, at least not much. The American soldiers say that the Iraqis seem to be just tired of fighting. And they're also beaten up from the unrelenting bombings. The latest published estimate is that 18,000 to 20,000 of the Iraqis have surrendered. So many the Allies are having trouble handling the rush. The American commanders are adding buses to their convoys to accommodate the numbers. They would rather worry about such logistical complications of surrender than worry about Iraqis shooting at them.
And the American commanders are under no illusions that all Iraqis are going to surrender and there's going to be a battle where it's just the enemy army giving up. As one Marine commander said the other day, we haven't had the fight the varsity yet.
Eric, the race is on to encircle the Republican Guard. The situation, Charles, is reminiscent in many ways of the final stages of the 1973 Arab-Israeli War. We recall Israeli forces then rushed across the Suez Canal to complete the encirclement of the Egyptian Third Army before international pressure forced a ceasefire. Charles?
Dan Rather, thanks. The White House gave leaders of Congress the latest word on the war today. We'll hear from one of those in the meeting when we come back. And after the war is over, if Saddam Hussein isn't still in charge in Iraq, who will be?
When Matters, Diane Sawyer, Sam Donaldson, Primetime, Thursday.
In spite of all the diplomatic maneuvering at the United Nations and in various capitals, the ground war has now entered its third day with some significant developments. Here's ABC's Sam Donaldson reporting from Saudi Arabia.
There may be talk of peace and Iraqi withdrawal from Kuwait, but you couldn't prove it in the night sky over Tehran. The Scud warhead hit by tragic chance a building housing U.S. military personnel. In the instant inferno, more than a dozen Americans were known to have died. Scores more were missing. More than 50 were injured. ABC's Ron Claiborne went to the scene.
From a distance, the building looked like all that was keeping it up were the bare remnants of the frame. All sides had been blown out. It was still standing, technically, but there were no walls, and there was masses of debris, of wreckage, just piled up on the bottom floor. There were vehicles of all kinds going in there. There were buses, ambulances, dozens. Later on, there were bulldozers going in there, police cars. The military officials were keeping people a very far distance away from that building, and there were a lot of hotheads, people were on edge. The soldiers were very understandably nervous. They were very uptight.
The U.S. command says the Scud was already breaking up of its own accord in the air. For that reason, no Patriot missiles were fired in an attempt to intercept it. On the battlefield itself, the news was far better. It was one of almost undreamed of successes for coalition forces, which encountered only light Iraqi resistance. And when resistance was encountered, it was literally blown away. The U.S. military command spokesman put it this way.
We are continuing to attack and continue to achieve tremendous success against the Iraqi forces in the KTO.
Barry Sheriff has been monitoring the situation at command headquarters in Riyadh.
For U.S. military officials, the first 2 days of the ground offensive could not have gone better if they had been scripted. Light resistance, very light casualties, thousands of Iraqi soldiers surrendering, sometimes entire battalions at a time. So far, it has all seemed to bear out Commanding General Norman Schwarzkopf's almost scornful statements a few days before the offensive. The Iraqi army, he said, was overrated and on the verge of collapse. But professional prudence still tempers the optimism of military planners here. It's early, they say, and there may be tougher engagements ahead.
Inside Kuwait, ABC's Jim Hickey linked with the Saudi Arabian unit moving steadily forward.
The area that we visited is deep inside Kuwait, and it is clear that this part of Kuwait is fully liberated. There were tanks, Saudi Arabian tanks spread all across the desert as far as the eye can see. They're deployed, they were taking up positions, getting ready quite obviously for the final push, the final assault on Kuwait City itself. At one point we saw 3 or 4 trucks, deuce and a half, full up, fully loaded with Iraqi prisoners of war or enemy prisoners of war, as the Pentagon puts it, TPWs. There were probably 110 to 120 of them in that one batch alone.
The Iraqis are giving up in massive numbers. At last official count, some 25,000 enemy prisoners of war were in hand. But that number is probably already out of date. Just before the land campaign began, some U.S. commanders were saying privately it could be over in a matter of days. Now, with talk of Iraqi withdrawal, they are saying privately it could be over in a matter of hours. But as tonight's Iraqi Scud attack on Dhahran proves, there is still death in the air. Sam Donaldson, ABC News in eastern Saudi Arabia.
Joining us now live is ABC's Forrest Sawyer, who is with the Allied troops in Kuwait. Forrest, why don't you first of all bring us up to date that convoy behind you, which was moving fairly rapidly a few moments ago, now seems to have stopped. Who are those folks?
These are Saudi forces, 20th Mechanized Brigade, Ted. This is the logistical tail. Why don't we take a look at them a little closer? This tail runs a long way. We're about 12 kilometers. Was that about 8 miles or so from the Saudi border inside Kuwait. This is the force that will move along and take care of the troops that are up ahead. I've just seen some artillery pieces, 135 millimeter Soviet-made artillery, moving on up. Essentially what the Saudis are going to be doing here, Ted, is moving past a minefield, which is why there's a traffic jam here, and into that second tier of Iraqi forces, the ones they're really concerned about. Yesterday, they met some conscripts and put their hands up and said, we surrender, we'd like something to eat. Today, there is armor and artillery they're going to have to face, and they will find out just how willing this army is actually to fight.
Now, how far up ahead of you, Forrest, do they estimate that second tier, as you put it, is located?
I suppose another 12 kilometers or so. We've got to get past some fortifications, some minefields, some bunkers. We've heard a lot about those bunkers. I know they're really just holes in the sand. We had a look at them yesterday. They dig them in, put something over the top, and try to wait out the bombing rays they've been having to endure. Then 10 miles of empty desert, another minefield, and then we hit them.
Give us a bit of a word picture, if you would, Forrest. For so many weeks now, we have been conjuring up images, and Tony Cordes, in fact, has given us schematics of what the Iraqi defenses would look like. You have actually been moving through those Iraqi defenses now. They seem a lot less impressive, I guess, now than they did before you moved through that first sand berm.
Well, they're a lot less impressive than my mind's eye was conjuring, Ted. Just behind me, we'll pull back again, Kurt, and let's show them. You see where that pile of sand is right there, that they played a trench over, over a trench, basically. That's the oil trench we heard about yesterday that the Iraqis set fire to. They had to put that out. It's just a hole dug in sand and some oil pumped in there, and they lighted a fire. On ahead, some razor wire, rolls of it, and then
I guess about 20 yards or so of mines, then again razor wire, then again 20 yards of mines, and then the bunkers that we heard about, holes dug in the sand where they were just hunkering down while they were getting pounded by U.S. air assault.
And what about the road that convoy is moving on right now? Was that road mined, or is that a road that they've actually flattened out over the past couple of days?
Well, to our knowledge, there are no mines in this location. I can tell you that in my vehicle, I stay well within tracks that are already laid down. They can throw out cluster mines with artillery, and you might run across something that looks like a tuna can and have a lot of trouble. But this road was built by combat engineers, as all the roads are here. This was basically just flat in the desert.
Forrest, I don't know if you've been able to hear what we've been talking about at the top of this broadcast, but you know, there's activity on the diplomatic front. The UN is in Special Security Council session right now. The White House came out with a statement in the person of Marlon Fitzwater earlier this evening, at which he said, look, if anyone's going to announce a withdrawal, it's going to have to be Saddam Hussein himself. And furthermore, if they want to withdraw, they're just going to have to lay down their arms and leave. So if anything, the U.S. is tightening things up a little bit. What is the sense of morale among the Saudi troops with whom you've been traveling? And if they hear that, do you think they'd like it just to be over with, or do they sense that complete victory is in sight?
Oh, I don't think anyone here wants to accept anything partial at this point, Ted. They feel that the Iraqis have more or less quit already. There was no fighting yesterday when they moved into that first wave. There were the Iraqis who came walking in a surreal scene, out of the mist, put their hands up, dropped their gas masks and their chemical suits, and began asking for food, almost begging for food. They believe that the Iraqis do not support what Saddam Hussein wants in the first place, and therefore they want a very clear statement that Saddam Hussein does not represent the Arab world, that Saddam Hussein has unfortunately pushed Muslim brother against Muslim brother, and they want that to stop. As for the Americans, they're feeling pretty confident at this point. There's some American liaison officers here. They would like all of this to move a little faster, but they feel fairly sure that it is moving in exactly the way they would like to see.
The liaison officers are doing what? They're sort of command and control between the Saudis and the U.S. forces?
Well, they've done a number of things. They have tried very quickly to instruct the Saudi forces, which have not been in battle before, in how to conduct combined live-fire missions. They haven't done it ever, and it's very, very complicated. So they're sort of learning on the job. And we have the combat engineers and the special forces teams here who act as a liaison between the United States forces and the Saudi forces and the other Arab forces that are here. They're basically trying to give guidance as they move along and keep that communication line open as well.
Forrest, just give us, before we let you go, two things. One, a sense of where you're going to be going next. I mean, what happens? You hop in a Jeep, a Humvee, and you move on as quickly as the convoy moves?
We got our own convoy here, Ted. It's very complicated, as you know, to put this satellite broadcast up. We've got 3 trucks. You want to take a picture of it? We'll show you. We've got it's a mess here. We've got 3 trucks that will be moving the satellite dish along behind me. I and my crew, as soon as we're through here, are going to jump in another vehicle. We're going to try to swing around this convoy of trucks and artillery and head north into the mist there. We'll go past the minefield and join up with the front lines as they move into the armor and artillery. So we have to keep our own convoy together, at least in communication, and at the same time we're trying to cover the story at the front line. So that's what we're up to today.
It's a good thing folks like you don't have to work that.
You're right.
All right. Forrest, thank you very much. Forrest Sawyer reporting live from inside Kuwait. When we come back, the latest military developments, along with an examination of the ground war, when we're joined by ABC's national security analyst, Tony Quartersman, and Pentagon correspondent, Bob Zelnick. With us, we're going to be running a few minutes over on our program tonight. Secondly, we have some late figures now from the Pentagon. The Defense Department now says that there were at least 27 Americans killed in that Scud attack in Dhahran earlier this evening. There are still several people missing, and there are, at the moment, 98 Americans who have been wounded in that attack. Furthermore, the Pentagon now says there are more than 22,000 EPWs, that is, enemy prisoners of war, who have surrendered to coalition forces. Joining us now here in our Washington Bureau is Tony Quartersman, who has served as ABC's national security analyst since the beginning of the war. on January 15th, and also joining us here in our bureau, ABC's Pentagon correspondent, Bob Zelnick. Tony, let me ask you first of all, and maybe more of a political than military judgment, what you make of Marlon Fitzwater's announcement at the White House today, particularly the timing of it as it relates to what's going on at the UN this evening.
I think when you're involved in a deep military operation, when you're almost at the conclusion, the critical moment of success, and you're trying to envelop the enemy and defeat him, to be trapped into a situation where you have no real rules, an undefined withdrawal, where some of the forces may be withdrawing, but you have no idea where they're going, effectively is to suddenly snatch victory away from you in a military sense and make the political result almost completely unpredictable.
What about, Bob, the way the war is going? One gets the sense that the Pentagon is so, I want to be careful about the word that I use, so satisfied, I guess is the safest word to use, with the progress that the coalition forces have been making both in occupied Kuwait and in Iraq itself, that they really see no point to ending the operation until they're finished. Again, as President Bush has said many times over the last few weeks, we're operating, or at least the United States is operating on its schedule, not Saddam Hussein's.
Of course that's true, Ted. The Pentagon is, of course, a creature of the administration and recognizes the chain of command and would follow orders in any event. But they are extremely satisfied with the way things are going. And it's an old, tried and true principle that the situation at the negotiating table reflects the situation on the ground. And the Iraqis were in worse shape than they were 2 weeks ago. They're in worse shape than they were 2 days ago. And they're going to be in worse shape 2 days from now than they are today.
When you hear the Yemeni ambassador, as we did earlier on this program, say, well, those other Security Council resolutions can be taken care of later on. What do you think the administration's response to that is?
No. The administration's response is going to be that if the Iraqis have distinguished themselves in any one aspect of the warfare, it's surrender. And that's been going on for the past 2 days of ground war, and with the U.S. forces and other allied forces positioning themselves near the Euphrates River to defeat the Republican Guards and prevent their escape, and situating themselves for a final assault on Kuwait City. There's no reason to accept anything but complete victory on the battlefield.
All right, Tony Cota's when you're operating at a distinct disadvantage this evening, because you have no telestrator, no map, so sketch it out for us in words. What will constitute a successful conclusion to this operation?
Well, I think the first step is that we have to ensure that we have the surrender or defeat of the Republican Guards, the surrender or defeat of his remaining armored and mechanized units, that he cannot withdraw intact any kind of capability to sustain combat around Basra or moving up the Euphrates, that he is faced with a situation where he must accept the political conditions of all the UN resolutions because he is left without any significant military option. And Ted, I would have to say that in December 1944, if Adolf Hitler had offered to suddenly withdraw rather than launch the Battle of the Bulge and discuss terms later, it would be very similar to what we have just heard offered from Iraq.
Well, I mean, basically you're saying he's in no position to do anything but say, yes, I accept an unconditional surrender.
He's not being asked to surrender. Again, the historical precedents are that he would be. He's being asked to comply with the UN, not to capitulate and not to surrender.
Well, let me now raise one last question with both of you, and that is you, Tony, have just put your finger on something that may prove to get a little bit sticky over the course of the next 24 or 48 hours. Is what the United States wants going to be the same thing that is necessarily reflected in the UN Security Council? Tony, you go first, if you would.
I think that if the UN Security Council adopts resolutions to fight aggression and then tries to change them as if this was some kind of game without regard to those who pay the cost of enforcing them, there will be no serious UN peacekeeping efforts if this happens again.
Bob, I should point out to our viewers that you come to us tonight in a dual capacity. You were for a couple of years ABC's Moscow Bureau Chief. So give us your analysis of what the Soviets are up to right now, and also what you think the U.S. reaction will be to what seems to be their latest move at the UN.
I think what the Soviets are up to is a combination of, number one, trying to be helpful, and number two, serving their own interests in maintaining some favorable face toward the Arab world, an image within the Arab world that was largely supportive of Saddam Hussein. But I think the overriding Soviet interest at this point is good relations with the United States, and that was very evident in their mild reaction to the U.S. rebuke of their position last weekend. So I don't think the Soviets are going to cause any particular trouble. I think the United States is going to say no to any conditions other than those enunciated by Marlon Fitzwater on behalf of the President tonight, and it's worth noting and recalling that any resolution of this matter that changes existing Security Council resolutions would itself require the unanimous consent of the 5 permanent members. So I don't think there's any possible way that the Security Council is going to do anything that the United States opposes.
All right, Bob Zelnick, Tony Quartersman, thank you both very much. Over the past couple of minutes, we've just established satellite contact with Baghdad. When we come back, I'll be joined by ABC's correspondent in the Iraqi capital, Bill Blakemore.
Know where I am? I'm the finest resorts in the world. I love it because everything's right here. I can relax in the sun, eat marvelous food, enjoy a room with an ocean view. There's fabulous entertainment, friendly services, and it's all included in the price. But what makes this resort really fun is that it takes you to some of the world's other great vacation spots. Take a 3, 4, 7-day fun ship vacation on Carnival, the most popular cruise line in the world.
Calumet Farm in Kentucky has produced more legendary racehorses than any other state. Whirlaway, Citation, Alidar. When excellence becomes tradition, there's no end to the races. And that doesn't happen only in horse races. Ford sets the pace in the auto industry from the outset. And with $1 billion invested in models like our Crown Victoria and Grand Marquis, we're going to stay out front. Ford Motor Company.
During course 116-minute workout, a body can be depleted by vitamins B6 and C, carbohydrates, and valuable potassium, all of which so happens can be replaced by eating one Chiquita banana. So whatever you put out, put back. Chiquita, quite possibly the world's perfect food.
I let my car to my brother, and he demolished it. 2 years old, didn't have a scratch. Funny. About a month before my agent had recommended this extra keeper coverage, $21 more a year. I remember thinking, well, I probably don't need it, but if you think so. Turns out, they gave me a brand new car. This year's model.
Country companies. It's nice to know when it matters most. The country's behind you.
Guess it's just a matter of trust.
Joining us now live from what must be one of the better-known hotels in the world, the Al-Rashid in Baghdad, is ABC's Bill Blakemore. Bill, first of all, bring us up to date on what kind of night it's been. It is now, what, 8:30 in the morning there?
That's right, about 8:30. There were more air raids last night. You could hear some bombs. In fact, it's just after dawn here. We've had some air raid sirens already this morning. So nobody in this capital, I would guess, thinks this war's over yet.
Would it be safe to assume, Bill, that there was a great deal of discussion yesterday about the announcement over Radio Baghdad that there was to be a withdrawal from Kuwait?
Well, it was very strange, actually. It came just before 2 a.m. in the morning, and most of the journalists had gone to bed, and then we were all awakened by other journalists, had been awakened by other journalists because somebody had heard about it. After making phone calls to our home offices, telling them that we didn't know anything new, most went back to bed. This morning we've been listening to Radio Baghdad since dawn, and surprisingly, I think, there's been no mention of this withdrawal yet. We've been hearing the typical wartime exhortings of the troops with music in between. But the 8 o'clock a.m. news here didn't have any mention of it as far as our translators have been able to pick up here. So Perhaps people are trying to figure out exactly what to say. We don't know yet.
I know that we didn't have contact at the beginning of the program, so you were unable to hear some of what Marlon Fitzwater had to say. But as I mentioned to you during the break, he's calling now for Saddam Hussein to personally and publicly state his willingness to withdraw all forces from Kuwait. Only then, according to Marlon Fitzwater, speaking on the President's behalf, would such a withdrawal be possible, and even then only if they put down all their arms. In other words, things seem to have toughened up, Bill, from where the conditions were late last week, before the ground war began. What do you think the reaction is going to be?
That's hard to say, because from what we understand of the statement last night, it was a statement that was once again on Iraqis' terms. Certainly there's been a feeling that when the President made his ultimatum a few days ago, that it made it much more difficult, if not impossible, for Saddam Hussein to pull out, because as the Iraqis themselves say, their own dignity is very important to them, and they want to be seen as doing it because they're defending their cause here as they see it. So I would guess that once again that might make it more complicated, and I'm hazarding a guess here when I say that we're thinking maybe the reason we're not hearing anything yet this morning on Baghdad radio is they're trying to figure out a response. But again, that's just speculation.
We know, Bill, and this will be the last question, that you're living in a very insulated world there right now. Certainly the impression here in the United States is that the war has been almost totally one-sided. And I'm wondering to what degree there is any growing sense in Baghdad that this war is going badly, let alone may almost be over.
Well, I think there must be a sense of that, because we do know that Iraqis hear not only Baghdad radio, but they pick up VOA and British broadcasting as well. We talked to people throughout the day who indicated, well, there's conflicting reports, and they would indicate to us at least that they tended to believe the Iraqi communiques. We can't know exactly what they think, but I think there's a general sense in this capital with the folks here that there are conflicting reports, and that they have to make their own mind about what they're going to believe.
All right, Bill, I think you've got a busy day ahead of you there as they begin to digest what came out of Washington, and we begin to digest what comes back out of Baghdad.